Alohu. El Shaddai Lehenu Elea Botenu. Abiyama Yiska Babiyako. Atakwados, Weshemeka Kwados, Barushemeka Lola Maye. Wishamu Bene Israel El Shabbat La So El Shabbat Ledor Tambe Ola. Beni Bene Israel Zola. Kisha Shetmi Masa El Shaddai Wa Shemani. Where to Addis, where must be Shabbat way not fash. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generation for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days the Lord made the heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and ceased from his word. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Gemineka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Udushateka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlo, Lolam Maher, Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto, Lolam Maher, Baruch Kabol Lohim in Kumon Melech Elion, Haluhu, Lolam Maher. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just the right seat. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel, visitors, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
The number one God of the people is themselves. Why I say that? Why I say the number one God of the people is themselves, because we have chosen our own self above the laws of God. We have chosen our own emotion, our own desires above what God desires and expects of us. Okay? Because we put ourselves above the laws of God. So, loving yourself is what? Doing good to yourself. And how do we do good to ourselves? The first and foremost, we do good to ourselves by fulfilling the commandments of God first. That's the first way of doing good to yourself. So when we read this book, it takes the book to reveal certain things to us. The book will show you who you are as a person and what you need to change with yourself to become better before God. What we need to do to be accepted before God. This is why God has preserved these laws, commandments, and statutes so that we are able to find our way back to the Creator. God didn't leave us on our own. He left us with the book. He left us on our own to a certain extent. We don't have priests here, and we don't have no prophets. He left us on our own according to a certain extent. But what we do have is this book. We do have a way, and we are shown a way of how to please the Creator. Okay? But we must be truthful. So now, when the book is showing you who you are, when you are seeing your faults, we must be truthful with ourselves. The only way to acknowledge your faults is to be truthful with yourself, because that's the only way we can fix things. That's the only way you can become better before God. That's the only way you will be able to turn towards God, by acknowledging your faults, by acknowledging your sins, acknowledging your iniquities, acknowledging the fact that I was wrong. I have violated. I have sinned. Okay? Our senses is what lead us to temptation. I said our senses is what lead us to temptation. But we have the ability to reason with ourselves using the knowledge of God. Huh? The adversary use your senses and tempt you to go astray from God. You don't see what he did to Eve? Eve was innocent. She was innocent. and he beguiled her and he tricked her and increased her desire towards consuming the tree of knowledge of good and evil, a tree that God commanded her not to eat and touch. We have the ability to reason with ourselves, using the knowledge of God to be able to discern between what is right and what is wrong. Okay? And us as a nation, we're ungrateful. We are ungrateful people. And this is how you can realize that you're ungrateful. The good that a person do for you never dies. It never dies. That's the reason why God said the Egyptians shall be accepted in their third generation. Because we was a stranger, the nation was a stranger in their land. Regardless of how we was treated, we got done dirty in Egypt, man. But God said, these are godly ways. I still have to recognize the good that you have done to me. But I have to, sometimes we may have to separate. Because I'm doing good to you, but you ain't returning the good back. You ain't returning the good back, so I must separate. I will separate before I do you evil. Why? Because that puts me in the same category as you. Makes me the same. So before I violate and disregard the good that you have done to me, I separate. And this is the ways and the customs of godly people. This is the way, and this is the only way that God will accept you. We have to acquire the ways of God by reading the book. Okay? A lot of Israelites observe the Shabbat in the mornings, starting from the morning, which is false. Because in Genesis chapter 1, God said from even to even is one day. Not from the morning. The day don't begin at daybreak or at the morning. The day begins when sun sets. So when the sun set today, we are into a new day. We are into a new day. So the Shabbats that God has commanded us to observe, we have to start these Shabbats from Friday night, Friday evening. And I like to use the book for my clarification, to clarify certain things. In Nehemiah, the first chapter is Deuteronomy 6. I'm just going to a verse here to clarify something. In Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 19, right? It says, and it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark, before the Sabbath, when you look up the definition of dark, in the Hebrew, it says zalu. Zalu means when the shadow was cast. Okay? When the shadow is cast, that is before it got dark. What Nehemiah did? He shut the gates. He said, and it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath day. So this is when we begin, this is when we begin and start our Shabbats at evening. Okay? Let's go into Deuteronomy chapter 6. Okay? Time sheet.
So these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Elohim your El commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land whither you go to possess it. That thou mightest fear Elohim thy El, to keep all his statutes and his commandments which I command thee. Thou and thy son.
Okay, let's stop there. Where we at? Deuteronomy 6. Read that verse over, brother.
Verse 2.
Start from the top.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes and judgments, which the Lord your God commanded to teach you.
Commandments. Mitzvah. It means commands. These commandments are established foundational principles. Okay? Established foundational principles for how we should live and interact with each other. Now we can gain the attention of God, and that is the only way to gain the attention of God. God has given us commands and showed us ways of how to live and how to interact with each other, because the laws of God is concerning your neighbor. The laws of God is concerning how I treat you and how you should treat me. The things I shouldn't say to you to offend you, and the things you shouldn't say to me to offend me, because we cannot deal in an offensive manner with each other. You can't do that. Okay, Tom Sheep.
Now you might do them in the land, whether you go to possess it.
Okay.
Verse 2.
Okay, now, the judgments. God's judgments, the judgments of God is the righteous assessments of actions, thoughts, resulting in punishment or reward, and also encompasses human moral discernment. Okay? That's what judgment is. That's God's judgment. And God judges us according to our actions. Okay? Your thoughts that are contrary from what God said separates you from God. So now I have to analyze these thoughts that comes to my mind, whether these are godly thoughts or wicked or evil thoughts, right? Resulting in punishment or rewards. Also encompasses human moral discernment. So what is righteous assessment? Righteous assessment is the process of testing and making a judgment about one's actions and thoughts. That's what God does to us. The Creator put us through the ringer. He tests us according to the laws of God to see what's your choices, to see what you're going to choose. Are you going to choose your own wanton ways, or you're going to put aside your own emotions to serve God? And that's the problem. Our emotions gets in the way of serving God because we ain't truthful with ourselves. We got to be truthful with ourselves, man, and choose God above everything else. Choose God first. Human moral discernment is the ability to perceive, judge, and distinguish between what is right and wrong, between good and evil, and to understand the ethical significance and implications of your actions and situations. It is the cognitive process involving careful thoughts, understanding and consideration of consequences. We really don't consider the fact that there are consequences when we violate these laws, commandments, and statutes. And because the consequences of your violations don't come speedily, we continue to move accordingly. We continue to move according to our own ways. And his anger begins to get kindled against us. God get angry at us. Why? Because we're not following after his commands. There is a certain way that is accepted by God that God has ordained for us to live by. And if we're not living according to the way that God has ordained for us to live by, then guess what? He's going to hate you. Why? Because we serve a God that hated iniquity. I said we serve a God that despises and hates iniquity. Right? And consideration of consequences and alignment with established moral principles to make righteous decisions, godly decisions. Okay? Okay? Now, the Hebrew word for teach is lamed. Lamed means to teach a type of behavior through practice. Instructions. A teacher makes you know the disagreeable consequences of your actions against God by instructing you by precepts, examples, and experience. General rules to regulate actions and thoughts. Time sheet, verse 2.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God. What does fear mean? It means to revere. It means to be afraid of. Right? So how do we show that we are afraid of God? Be afraid to offend God. Be afraid to do things that is contrary from what God said in the book. Okay? The same way, the same fear that God said we should fear our parents. God commanded us to honor and fear our parents. Be afraid to offend your mother and your father. Your mother don't like this. She says, stop, don't do this. We have to be afraid to offend them. Because if I'm not afraid to offend my mother, I'm not going to be afraid to offend God. Because we got to realize that your mother and your father is the ones that God gave to us. And He commanded us to honor. I'm never a grown man concerning my mother. I'm never a grown man concerning my father. Why? Because at any given time, she can tell me, my mother can do and say whatever she needs to say to me. She has authority over me because that's what God granted her. God granted her the authority over the children. God has granted the authority of the mothers over the children. But because we have this heathenistic mentality, we turn around and tell our parents, I'm a grown man. I'm a grown woman. Why? Because we have this type of mentality to serve. We cannot serve God with a heathenistic mentality. We have to change our thinking pattern, aligning it with the commandments of God. Tamshi.
Verse 2. That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes.
To keep all his statutes. The Hebrew word for keep is shamad. Shamad means to be on guard. To be on guard means what? To be alert concerning the danger of violations of the commandments of God. Which means I have to be on point. If I am alert concerning the danger of violating the commandments of God, I have to be watching. I got to be watching certain things to make sure that the Lord's Sabbath days ran correctly with nobody profaning the day. Right? It also means to take notice of what is expected of you from God. Okay? To observe. Right? To give heed. To give heed to observe and acknowledge, to take action. Okay? Tamshi.
To keep all his commandments.
To keep all his commandments.
And his statutes.
And his
which
statutes.
I command thee, thou and thy son, and thy son's sons, all the days of thy life. And that thy days may be prolonged.
So that's what prolongs your days. The keeping and the observing of God's laws. Go ahead.
Hear therefore, O Israel.
Hear therefore, O Israel.
And observe to do it.
And observe to do it.
That it may be well with thee.
That it may be well with thee. Okay? The Hebrew word for well is yatab. Come from the word tati. He said, hear therefore, O Lord, that it may be good with you, that it may be well with you. Because if I don't, that you may improve before God. Because if I don't hear and fulfill these commandments, I will never improve in the eyes of God. Right. I will never be accepted in the eyes of God because I'm not improving in my life. There comes a point in time when I have to make a decision on what God you're going to serve. Whether you're going to serve the God of Israel or the gods of wood and stones. The practices and the traditions of wood and stones. This is not our practice. These are not my traditions. These are not our practices and traditions. So therefore, we should not be following these things. Israel got their own traditions. We got our own practices. We got our own celebrations. God tell us what to rejoice to. God tell us what to be happy with. Why? Because he also tell us what to frown at. He also tell us what to despise and what to hate. So the key is hate what God hates. Despise what God despises. Love what God loves. Train yourself to love the things that God loves. Train yourself to despise the things that God despises, because it's not going to happen right away. This is called a practice. You're training yourself because this is something that I'm not used to. Even though we have some people that was born in the way, those people that are born in the way are not used to it. They have to go through the training process. Because when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the grain of seed the evil grain was instilled in the heart of Adam from the day that he ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Tom Sheep.
And that ye may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers hath promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey.
Tom Sheep.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Not 3 in 1, not 2 in 1, not 4 and 5 and 6. There's only one God. Huh? He said, I live alone.
Yeah.
He said, I dwell alone. He said, therefore, the what? The heart and the souls of you guys are not consumed. Huh? Go ahead.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God
And
with all
thou
thy
shalt
heart.
love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. So let's explain that word love. In Exodus 20, it states to love God and keep my commandments. Simple. So if you love God, you will fulfill and observe his laws. You will fulfill and keep his commandments and his statutes. You show your hatred for God when you go against his laws. Plain and simple. So don't tell me you love God and you go against his word. So now what does love mean? Love means based on admiration, benevolence, and common interest. Admiration is astonished approbation. It's when you formally approve. Okay? Benevolence is disposition, when you have a disposition to do good. And good is the serving of the commit. Serving is serving God. Is the determination to serve God. That's what good is. That's what God saw in the child. In Jeroboam's son, there was a child. There was a child that Jeroboam had who was a king. And God killed the child. He said, because that child, the Creator said, I saw good in him. So God took him and killed him so that his father don't, don't corrupt him. So God killed him so that his father don't corrupt him. But people like to ask, why do God kill babies? The Creator got his reason why he killed the baby. Because God did not want the baby to get tainted and corrupted with the things that go on in these days and times. Right? But disposition is the positive or negative way, viewing the world like the common people. Ingrained habitual tendency to act morally characterized by positive mental state and inclined to pursue what is right, guiding your choices and actions, aligning your heart and mind, making sure it coincides with the standards of God, regardless of your circumstances, regardless of the situation. Tom Sheep.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your might.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart.
And these words which I commanded this day shall be in thine heart, shall be in your mind, shall be your understanding.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy
And
children.
thou shalt teach them diligently. The Hebrew word for teach diligently is shinantam. Shinantam means to inculate. To inculate means to teach a certain type of idea, principle, or habit in God by persistent repetition, causing the person to understand and accept it. That's called study by oral repetition. So the only way to teach our children, God said, I have to go through these things, go through these laws repetitively, over and over and over, to instill a certain type of idea, principles of habits. So we train our child and show our children what to accept, what not to accept when they this small. That's why certain children will frown at certain things that this child won't frown at because of the upbringing of the parents. It's all according to how the parents trains the child. Tom Sheep.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up.
It said, read that over.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and
And
shalt
thou
talk
shalt
of them,
teach them diligently unto thy children,
and shalt talk of them
and shalt talk of them.
when thou sittest in thine house,
When you sit in the house,
when thou walkest by the
when
way,
you walk by the
when
way,
thou liest
when
down,
you lie down.
and when thou risest up.
By you know what that does? That sharpens you. Anything that's spoken about has an effect on your spirit. This is why God said to read the book every day of your life, so that you may learn to fear God. Now, in order for these things to have an effect on your spirit, you have to be doing it repetitively, over and over. Every chance you get, you're in the book. Every chance you get for a conversation, you're talking about the book, because we need to have this effect upon our spirit. We have to realize and recognize that we are evil before God. And the only thing that keeps us from being evil and wicked is the fulfillment of the commandments of God. When we walk away from God, God look at you and say you're evil. God look at you and say you're wicked, because you had chosen your own wanton ways above the ways of God. Tom sheet.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand. Okay, we shoot. There are certain laws that God commanded us to bind on our hands. Go ahead.
And they shall be as frontlets between
There
thine
are
eyes.
certain laws that God said that you should put between your eyes. Go ahead.
And thou shalt write upon them upon the posts of thy house.
And thou
on
shalt
thy
write
gates.
them upon the posts of your house. That's called the siklons. There are certain laws that God commanded us to put in the siklons. Tom sheet.
Verse 10. And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest
To
not.
give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not. You hear that? God said he gonna move us into a land and we ain't gotta do nothing. The houses is gonna be built, everything gonna be planted. All we gotta do is just move in, like an apartment that's furnished. Everything is there, just move in. Go ahead.
And houses.
But that only happens if we honor God. The Creator has good in store for the nation only if we honor God. But when we don't honor God, the Creator, he restores evil for you. And you're going to go do it. God's going to put you through it. And it's up to you to acknowledge why I'm going through this. Don't blame nobody else. I said it's up to you to acknowledge, why am I going through this? It's because we, you, or us have been coming up short with God. So there are consequences because of our shortcomings. There are consequences because of your shortcomings before God. Tom sheet.
And houses full of all good things which thou fillest not.
Houses full of all good things which thou fillest not.
And wells dig which thou diggest not.
Uh-huh.
Vineyards and olive trees which thou plantest not.
Uh-huh.
When thou shalt have eaten and be full,
Uh-huh.
then beware, lest thou forget the Lord.
When thou hast eaten and art full, when things are going good for you, he said, beware, be on guard with yourself. Take heed to yourself, which means watch yourself. Because, go ahead, read.
Then beware, lest thou forget the Lord.
Lest you forget God,
Which brought thee forth
which
out of the
brought
land of
thee
Egypt.
forth out of the land of Egypt, which means be on guard with yourself, lest we forget God. It's that easy. It's that easy. We forget God when we violate his laws, when we violate his commandments. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods, of the gods of the people, which
See,
are round
the problem is, the reason why we are not afraid is that we don't believe that there are consequences for offending God. There are consequences. So we willingly violate his laws, which makes violators, which makes us violators, profane, common, just like the rest. Makes us the same. Tamshi.
Ye shall not go after other gods.
Okay, ye shall not go after other gods. All right, the Hebrew word to go after is akare. Akare means to go after, right? How do you go after other gods? Now, there are ways that we can go after other gods without worshiping or going into the church or the Muslim mosque or worshiping idols. Okay? How do we go after other gods? To have the same view of. When I view certain things the way a heathen or a person that don't serve God view it. This is why we got to change our thinking pattern first. We have to change our thinking pattern first. So when you think the same, your thinking pattern changes the things you agree with. How you think changes the things you disagree with. This is why we got to change our thinking pattern. Okay? Your enjoyments is what you are attracted to. Huh? I say your enjoyments tells me what you are attracted to. So if I'm attracted to the Creator, I'm going to enjoy. I will enjoy these days. The reason why people sit here in Shabbat and they don't enjoy this because they're not attracted to it. And believe me, I know it takes time. But you have to rule your spirit. Train yourself. It takes time to love this. You ain't going to love this right away. This ain't no magical thing to love God right away. Our forefathers was born with the fear of God. These men and these women in here was born with the fear of God. Okay? They were born with that fear. They were born with that love for God. We ain't born with it today. We have to develop it. And that takes time. But the only way to develop it, I have to put works in. Constant work. I'm not going to love this day if I don't come and congregate. I got to train myself to love this. Because God commanded us to have a holy convocation. A holy convocation is a holy gathering. Okay? Now, for people that are not able to gather and congregate, that's understandable. Because you don't live around the congregation. So therefore, you keep the day separated and sanctified in the house, and you put on certain teachings on the TV to keep yourself and your mentality aligned with God. That's right. Okay, after. It also means to resemble, to be like unto, or similar to be the same. Okay, Tamshi.
You shall not go after other gods or the gods of the people which are round about you. For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you. Lest the anger of the
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you. Huh? What does jealous mean? Quana. It means intolerant of unfaithfulness. It means to be unwilling or unable to endure. Unwilling or unable to accept or forgive disloyalty. We make it hard for God to accept us by us violating his commands. Okay? God demands from those who he loved and redeemed utter and absolute loyalty and stern actions against one who betrayed God by violating God's laws. Okay? Tamshi.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, and destroy thee from off the face of the earth.
Tamshi.
You shall not tempt the Lord your God as he tempted him in Massah.
Ye shall not tempt the Lord thy God like you tempt him in Massah. Tempting God is deliberately disobeying his will with the expectation of forgiveness. We disobey God and then we turn around and want God to forgive us and don't expect no consequences. Then we cry and ask God why. But we have brought things upon ourselves because of our disloyalty and our disobedience towards the Creator. Okay, go ahead, read.
You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God.
Ye shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord thy God. Be diligent in keeping God's commandments. Huh? I said be diligent concerning keeping the commandments of God, to obey God's instructions with careful persistence. Huh? Careful persistent. Who you're careful persistent on? You're watching yourself. While you have made your mind up to serve God, I'm watching myself so I don't cross that line. I'm watching myself so I don't cross the boundaries that God has set concerning his laws. All right? Wholehearted effort, demonstrating a deep commitment to God's will rather than a negligent approach. Tom Sheep.
And his testimonies and his statutes which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord.
And thou shalt do that which is right. Yashad. It means do that which is right. Do that which is just. Right? In all your ways concerning your actions and speech within the standards of the laws of God. So when I'm doing that which is right according to what God said, I'm watching my actions and I'm watching the things, my words and the things that I say out of my mouth, so I don't offend people with my actions. So I don't offend you with my words. We have to always be aware of who's around, what's around, because I may say or you may say certain things to offend this person, but this one may not be offended. So I have to consider people. I have to consider and be observant of who's around. Certain conversations I won't talk about. I won't talk about certain conversations because this person been through it, and I don't know how he or she gonna take it. We have to be considered. We have to consider these things. You know why? Because God don't care if you meant it. You know what God care about? How that person felt. How you made that person feel. Well, God, I didn't mean it, but you did it. But you did it. You made him feel that way, or you made her feel that way. You made him or her feel like the sore thumb. Like they're the outcast. Tom Sheep. Said, do that verse over. 18.
Verse 18. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord.
Right and good in the sight of the Lord. Okay, yatab. Again, the word yatab means to improve. It means to be better. In order to improve and become better with God, we must be just with God and each other. If we are not just with each other, if you are not just with God, there's no way you can improve with God. You think you're improving. Oh, I do this, Lord, I do that, Lord, but you ain't just. So you're not going to improve before God, because the beginning of improving is to be just with God and each other. Now I'm able to improve. Okay, Tom Sheep.
That it may be well with thee.
That it may be well with thee.
That thou mayest go in and possess the good land, as the Lord sware to thy fathers. To cast out all thine enemies from before thee, as the Lord has spoken. And when thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what mean the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God hath commanded you? Then thou shalt say unto thy son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. The Lord showed signs and wonders, great and sore, upon Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his household before our eyes. And he brought us out from thence that he might bring us in to give us the land which he sware to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes to fear the Lord our God.
Go to Proverbs chapter 13. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes. Statutes is something that don't change. We serve a God that don't change. The rules that we read about in the book doesn't change with the times. We cannot change with the times. There's a certain way that God expects from us. And this certain way is what got our forefathers recognized by God. They knew how to gain the attention of God. There's only one way to gain his attention, to gain God's attention, and the book shows us that, right? It's in the Lord God commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always, that he might preserve us alive as it is this day. And this shall be our righteousness, if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord thy God, as he had commanded us. Proverbs chapter 13.
A wise son heareth his father's instruction. But a scorner.
A wise son. Huh? I said a wise son heareth his father's instruction. A wise son heareth his mother's instructions. Because if I don't hear or hearken to the instructions of my father, then I must be not wise. I must be not wise. Now, what does it mean? Huh? Instructions. The Hebrew word for instructions is musad. Musad means reproof, reprimand, ethics. Okay? A father, in the Hebrew, it says a father instructs a wise son. Now, what is reproof? Reproof is criticism for a fault, to indicate or point out a fault. So I cannot agree with you when you're wrong, because if I agree with you, that means I disagree. That means I agree with your actions. Okay? I have to be able to indicate and point out your faults and show you where you went wrong at. And if you are a wise son, or if you are pursuing righteousness, you ain't gonna get angry at rebuke. Because the only way to serve, one of the ways and one of the paths of serving God is to be able to accept rebuke, is to be able to accept when you are at fault. I'm not gonna be always right. You ain't gonna always be right. We not gonna always be right. Okay? So God used you to show others where they're going wrong at. Okay? So when you criticize a person's faults, you point out the good and the bad faults of a person and judge the matter righteously, accordingly. That's how you join the matter. I'm not worried about who's right. I'm worried about what was done that was wrong or right. That's what we worried about. That's what we should be worried about. Ethics is what? Moral principles that governs a person's actions, that governs a person's thinking pattern and his ways. Okay? Moral principles defines what is just by God. They are fundamental beliefs or rules about what is considered right or wrong that guides an individual's decisions and actions. Okay? A person's actions is governed by moral principles. It means that these principles is what controls you. These principles is what guides you. These principles also guide your decision. The principles are what? The laws of God. This is why we have to be careful of these things. Okay? Tom C.
But a scorner heareth not rebuke.
Okay, what is a scorner? A scorner is arrogant. A person that's arrogant is a scorner. Oh, I ain't a scorner. I accept. No, you're not. The book shows you whether you're a scorner or not. If you are arrogant, then you're a scorner. That's what God said. That's what the wisdom of this. Look, we're reading about wisdom that God gave to a king. There was no man on earth more wise than King Solomon. And what he said? An arrogant person is a scorner, right? And proud. They don't accept correction. Try and tell an arrogant person about something they did. You ain't gonna win. They're not gonna accept correction. They're not gonna accept criticism or instructions, and they react with hostility. Notice they react in a hostile manner. See, the book shows us who we are. And when the book shows us who we are, it's up to you to acknowledge it. Be truthful with yourself and acknowledge it. Damn, I'm like this. This is the way I am. I need to stop being this way. I cannot continue living my life being this way because God is going to push me away. I will not gain the attention of God being this way. Right? With hostility to anyone trying to guide them, making them resistant to any form of correction. Tom sheet.
Proverbs chapter 13, verse 2. A man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth.
A man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth. You go out and work, or you gonna eat good. Because I went out and work. Go ahead, read.
But the soul of the transgressor shall eat violence.
But the soul of the transgressor shall eat violence. The Hebrew word for transgressor is bagad, the soul of the transgressor, or the soul of a treacherous person. Right? What does treacherous mean? Guilty of betrayal, to commit an act that caused others to feel hurt. Huh? He said a treacherous person is what? Shall eat violence. The transgressor shall eat violence. Go ahead, read.
He that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life.
He that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life.
But he that
you have to watch what you say, because certain things you say out of your mouth brings death. It will condemn you in the eyes of God. Certain things we say in the eyes of God, before God, you will condemn yourself. And it brings death to you. Tom sheet.
But he that openeth wide his lips shall have destruction.
Mm-hmm.
The soul of the sluggard desireth and hath nothing. But the soul of the diligent.
Now in the Hebrew now, right? It says he that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life. The Hebrew word for keep is nozer, right? It means to watch or guard, right? Okay? Or guard. It said he that keepeth his mouth, he that guarded his mouth, right? Keepeth his life. Guarded his soul. Huh? You know, to protect you. When you're guarding your soul, you watch what you say out of your mouth. And by me watching that what I say out of my mouth, I can guard myself. I can avoid certain things that will affect me. Okay? Go ahead, read.
But he that openeth wide his lips shall have destruction.
Tom sheet.
Verse 4.
Nobody say you're going to have instruction? Because I don't have no filter. I don't have no discretion. I just blurt out and I say whatever I feel, whenever I want to say it. Now what happened? I done said the wrong thing. I done said the wrong thing out of my mouth. We have to be discreet. Certain things should not be voiced. Sometimes certain things a person needs to be pulled to the side and said. Go ahead.
The soul of the sluggard desireth and
the
hath
soul
nothing.
of the sluggard. Huh? Who is the sluggard? The sluggard is the lazy. Lazy. He's a sluggard. Go ahead.
And hath nothing.
The soul of the sluggard desireth. He's in need. I need and I want, but I can't get it because I'm lazy. Read.
But the soul of the diligent shall be made fat.
But the soul of the diligent, karuzim, it means the determined. The soul of the determined one. Someone who is firm and unwavering in their purpose or in their decisions. Okay? Tom sheet.
A righteous man hateth lying.
Oh, man. A righteous man hated lying. In the Hebrew, it says, Dibad shekwed yisna zadik. Zadik, right? The Hebrew translation, it says, a righteous man hated a lying matter. A lying matter. Lying words. So if you are righteous or you're pursuing righteousness, automatically you're going to hate lies. That's automatic. You're going to despise lies. You're going to hate lies. Go ahead, read.
But a wicked man is loathsome.
But a wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame. What does loathsome mean? He said a wicked man is loathsome. Now we're getting a description of wicked people. So now the book, once again, is going to show you who you are. So if you're loathsome, you're wicked. So now we're going to dig into that word. What does the word loathsome mean? Loathsome, the Hebrew word is ba'ash. It means odious. Right? Odious means extremely unpleasant. It also means repulsive, repellent. A loathsome person is repulsive or repellent. What does repulsive mean? Repulsive means stir up feelings of disgust which cause others to avoid you. It's all according to how you are as a person. And because of how you are as a person, you cause me to dislike you. That shows that you as a person is evil and wicked because you're not considering how you act and move that it can affect others. It can affect others. Repellent. Any person that's repellent, you drive people away. The king wasn't repellent. Leaders are not repellent. You know why? Because the kings and the leaders and the heads and officers, your job is to what? Is to welcome. It's to welcome people, not drive them away. Tom sheep.
Righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the way.
Righteousness keepeth him. C'est à quoi? Justice. Righteousness. Justice. Keepeth him. Guards him that is upright in the way. Your own righteousness will guard you. Your own righteousness will guard you and keep you in the way.
But wickedness overthroweth the sinner.
Wickedness overthroweth the sinner. The word for overthrow it, right? Now, hold up. Living a morally upright life in accordance with the standards of God shields a person from temptation, causing destruction, consequences. So what protects us is by us living morally upright according to the laws of God. Okay? Time sheet. Now, hold up. Overthrow it, right? Overthrow it. It said wickedness overthroweth the sinner. What does overthrow it mean? The Hebrew word for overthrow it is salef. Salef means perverted or crooked. Wickedness perverted the sinner. Your own wickedness will pervert you. Your own wickedness will cause you to be crooked. Okay? So now, what does perverted mean? How do we know if we have been perverted by perverted, right? Perverted means to corrupt. All right? To corrupt, to alter, or change from its original course, meaning, or state. To lead persons away from what is considered right and acceptable by God. Okay? People today has corrupted what God said. People today like to add on what they feel and how they think, given according to what God said, when there's only one meaning. When there's only one interpretation to what God says. But people change the meaning around to accommodate themselves. We change certain things around to accommodate ourselves. We don't sacrifice for God. We don't give up. We have a problem giving up things for the sake of the laws of the commandments of God. That's the serving of God, man. We got to learn to start giving things up. Okay, go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Verse 7.
Verse 7.
There is that making himself rich, yet hath nothing.
There is that making himself rich. Yet hath nothing. There is that making himself poor, yet had great riches. You know how many people act like they got it and they ain't got nothing. They don't have a window or a pot, nothing. They don't have nothing. But they act like they got so much. Go ahead, read.
There is that making himself poor, yet hath great riches. The ransom of a man's life are his riches. But the poor hear it not rebuked. The light of the righteous rejoiceth, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out.
Of who? The
ransom of a man's life.
Of a man's life
are his riches.
Are his riches.
But the poor hear it not rebuked.
But the poor hear it not rebuke. The ransom of a man. So a person is facing life, he can pay and use his money to get out of that predicament because he got money, right? He said, but the poor hear it not rebuke. Tom Sheep.
The light of the righteous rejoiceth, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out.
The light of the righteous rejoiceth. Tom Sheep.
Only by pride cometh contention.
But the lamp of the wicked shall be put out. Only by pride cometh contention. Only because of our pride, we contend and we argue. And that's what brings up strife and debate and reprimands. Okay? Now, it says only by pride cometh contention. Okay? What does pride mean? Pride means what? The Hebrew word for pride is zadon. Zadon means pride or presumptuous. Now, how do we know if we are proud before God? How do we know if we are pride, if we have pride before God, right? It also means presumptuous. So I'm going to explain to you what presumptuous means, what does pride mean, and what does it mean to be proud and presumptuous before God? We become presumptuous before God when we overstep our boundaries. There are boundaries and lines that we should not cross, because if we cross it, we will be violating the commandments and the laws of God. Okay? Arrogance. Okay? A humble person is not going to contend. A person that has humility is not going to contend and argue. The reason why people contend and argue is because of pride. I'm trying to show that I'm right, and you trying to show that you're right. We are not putting our heads together to consider the action or the thing of what was done to be considered wrong. Okay? So the humble person not going to contend. They take the soft shoulder. Sometimes, most of the times, all of the times, a person that has humility, whether he's right or wrong, they end up backing out just for the sake of arguments, just for the sake to admit, for peace sake, to keep things calm. So most of the time, a person with humility will take the soft shoulder, because it's about what was done that was wrong, not who was right. It's not about who was right. It's about what the person did, what was done. Okay? Pride, arrogance stirs up strife. Tamshi.
But with the well advised is wisdom.
But with the well advised, there's wisdom. With the noatzim. Noatzim means well advised. Noatzim means counseled. With the well advised or with the counseled, with them is found wisdom. So I have to be able to be counseled and corrected and reproved. Okay? Tamshi. Verse 11.
Verse 11. Wealth got by vanity shall be diminished.
Wealth gotten by vanity shall be diminished.
But he that gathereth by labor shall increase.
Tamshi, read.
Hope deferred maketh the heart sick.
Hope deferred maketh the heart sick. Okay? Tokelet. It means expectation. All right? Hope deferred. Hope deferred or expectation. Deferred means delayed. Okay? This is why It's important to keep your word. You know why? Because I have to be able to consider how that person feels when I didn't come through with what I said out about my mouth. I done told you I'm going to give you $100. Now I'm expecting and hoping that you come through. Then what happened now? I end up turning and not keeping my word. Now I done made that person feel away. Huh? Because the person looks forward to what you agreed to. So when you don't get it, when the person don't get it, it makes them sick. They feel the effects. Tamshi, verse 13.
But when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life.
When the desire cometh, it is a tree of life. It brings life. Tamshi.
Whoso despiseth the word shall be destroyed.
Whoso despiseth the word shall be destroyed. Despise what word? The word of God. Whoso despises the word of God. Whoso despises his laws and his commandments. Now, how do we show that we despise God? Just by and only by going against. By going against his word, show despisement of God. All right? He said he shall be destroyed. It shall be his destruction. It shall be his pain. It shall be his suffering. Tamshi.
But he that beareth the commandment shall be rewarded.
Say what? He that what?
Beareth the commandment.
He that beareth the commandment
shall be rewarded.
Shall be rewarded. Huh? Shall be rewarded. Shalem shall be complete. Shall be at peace. Shall be whole. Shall be safe. Proverbs 13, verse 14.
The law of the wise is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death.
The law of the wise brings life. The commandments of God brings life. But the only way it can be life unto you, I have to fulfill these laws. Go ahead, read.
To depart from the snares of death.
Uh-huh.
Good understanding giveth favor.
Good understanding giveth favor. Okay, go ahead.
But the way of transgressors is hard.
But the way of transgressors. Okay, let's go back to 14. To depart, right? The laws of the wise is a fountain of life, to depart from the snares of death. Right? It means to turn away from the snares of death. Right? Good understanding, the laws of the wise is a fountain of life. To depart from the snares of death. So by you acknowledging the laws of God, it will guide your feet away from traps and things that will entrap you in the eyes of God. But the only way to get that guidance from God, I cannot sin presumptuously. So when we don't sin presumptuously, your soul is guarded by God, and God will guide your feet in the right direction. Go ahead, verse 15.
Good understanding giveth favor.
Now, what is understanding? Good understanding does what?
Give it favor.
Give it favor. The Hebrew word for understanding is sekel. Sekel means prudence or insight. So what is prudence? Prudence is a virtue. The virtue of exercising care and good judgment in matters, being able to look ahead and anticipate future outcome, which means I will watch my words and my actions, because by me saying or doing this, it's going to cause this. By me moving this way, it's going to cause that. And a prudent person acknowledges these things. So you watch your actions and your words, right? Being cautious with the ability to govern oneself through reasoning and controlling oneself. Thinking before acting, considering the consequences. Good understanding will earn you acceptance and approval also by aligning your actions with moral principles. Okay? Time sheet.
But the way of transgressors is hard.
But the way of the transgressor, the way of a treacherous person, a transgressor don't change for the better. They remain the same. He said the way of a transgressor is hard. So I went into that word hard in the Hebrew. It says time. Aleph Yod Tau Nun. It means permanent. The way of the transgressor is permanent. They're stuck in their ways. They're not going to change. They're not going to bring about changes with themselves to become better before God. It also means incessant, incessant. The way of a transgressor, his ways is unpleasant and annoying. That's how you can tell a person that's a transgressor. They do things and say things to annoy you. They do things and say things that is unpleasant and to disturb others. Huh? Go ahead, Tom C. Verse 16.
Every prudent man dealeth with knowledge.
Every prudent man deals with knowledge. Huh? A prudent person speaks on what he knows, experience, studies. Go ahead.
But a fool layeth open his folly.
A fool layeth open his folly. He has no regard for who's around. Huh? He speaks and say how he feels, disregarding who's around or how a person feels. Means a foolish person acts without wisdom and discretion, openly displaying their foolishness through rash words and actions. Tom C.
Verse 17. A wicked messenger falleth into mischief.
A wicked messenger falls into mischief. Tom C.
But a faithful ambassador is help.
A faithful ambassador is reliable. Their work is of great benefit to others, which means when I do things, it will benefit you. I'm not going to only do things to benefit myself, because you can't serve God with being selfish. There's no way a selfish person can serve God, because I have to be able to consider you. Tom C.
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuseth instruction.
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuse instructions. Huh? Now, what is shame? Qualong, it means dishonor. Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuse instructions. All right? That let go of instruction, that ignore instructions, that neglects the laws, that neglects discipline, that neglects correction. Tom C.
But he that regardeth reproof shall be honored.
Tom C.
The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul.
The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul. Tom C.
But it is abomination to fools to depart from evil.
Tom C.
He that walketh with wise men shall be wise, but a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Evil pursueth sinners.
Evil pursueth sinners.
But to the righteous.
Right? Evil pursueth sinners. Kataim, sinners. Pursue it, or follow after, or go behind sinners. Okay? Go ahead, read.
But to the righteous good shall be repaid. A good man leaveth an inheritance to his children's children.
A good man leaveth an inheritance for his children. Because a good man is going to consider the fact that I need to be doing something that I can leave for my kids and my wife, so that when I go, they're straight. So that when I go or when I die, they are okay and they don't have to go around begging. This is what the mentality and shows whether you're a good man or not. Go ahead, read.
And the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just.
Tom sheet.
Much food is in the tillage of the poor.
Much food is in the tillage of the poor.
But there is that is destroyed for want of judgment.
Go to Psalms 28. Psalms 28. He that spared his rod hated his children. Which means there comes a point in time when I got to put the child over my knee and give him a little spanking to show the child where the child went wrong at. But this wise man said, if I spare the child, that denotes and shows that you hate the child. Okay, he that spared the rod hated his son, but he that loveth him chastened him betimes. He said, chastened him betimes. You know the Hebrew word for betimes is shakal. It means early. Early means when their children, 5, early in their life, which means this is talking about children. This ain't talking about no grown sucker. You should already know the things that you need to be doing. That is according to the laws and the commandments of God. The children is going through an upbringing. This is talking about children. Go ahead, read. I'm sorry. He said the righteous eat it to the satisfying of his soul. The righteous eat it according to the satisfaction of his soul. They don't fool themselves to where their stomach is burst. Before my stomach got so full, I was already satisfied. That denotes and shows whether you're righteous or not, according to how you eat. This is why my father used to be like, he said, "Now I'm good, I'm satisfied." And this was a training that we have to put ourselves to, because we're not used to none of this. We ain't used to none of this, right? He said, "But the belly of the wicked shall want, shall lack, shall be without." Psalms chapter 28, come sheet.
Unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock.
Uh-huh.
Be not silent to me, lest, if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit.
Read that over. Verse Psalms what? 28 times.
Psalms 28.
Time sheet.
Unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock.
Unto thee, O Lord. Unto thee will I cry, O Lord, my rock. Uh-huh.
Be not silent to me.
Be not silent to me.
Lest, if thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the
If
pit.
thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Tom sheet.
Hear the voice of my supplication.
Hear the voice of my supplication. Huh? What is a supplication? Supplication, it means, is a humble plea for the mercy of God, demonstrating a sincere acknowledgement of one's dependence and recognition on God's compassion. Huh? Tom sheet.
Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee.
Uh-huh.
When I lift up my hands toward the holy oracle.
When I lift up my hands to the holies of holies. Huh? Go ahead.
Draw me not away with the wicked.
Draw me not away with the wicked. The Hebrew word for draw, it means tim shekani. It means do not cause me to follow after the ways of the wicked. Don't lead me to be led off. Don't cause me to be led off according to the ways of the wicked. Go ahead, read.
And with the workers of iniquity.
And with the workers of iniquity. The Hebrew word for iniquity is awang. It means injustice. Injustice means lack of fairness or justice, right? An unjust act that violates a person's rights or unfair treatment, right? Iniquity is being deliberate. Corrupt sin rooted in a perverted will or a hardened heart. So what is corrupt sin? Corrupt sin is moral decay and a distortion of human nature, leading to a departure from the will of God, which causes you to depart from the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God, focusing on selfish desires and your perverted will, which represents a willful opposition to what is right. Tom sheet.
Which speak peace to their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts.
So mischief is in their heart. Evil is in their heart. It's in their mind. This is why before you violate the commandments of God, it comes here first. It comes here first.
That's right.
Before I violate. Okay? And God commanded us to rule our spirit. God commanded us to take heed to ourselves. Now you rule your spirit and take heed to yourself using the standards and the curriculum that God has set for us to live by. Some sheep.
Give them according to their deeds.
Give them according to their deeds.
And
give them according to their actions. Okay, go ahead.
Give them according to their deeds and according to the wickedness of their endeavors.
So people is rewarded or punished based on your actions. According to your actions will determine your reward or your punishment. Okay, Tom sheet.
Give them after the work of their hands, render to them their desert. Because they regard not the works of the Lord.
Because they regard not the works of God.
Nor the operation of his hands.
Nor the operations of his hands.
He shall destroy them.
He shall destroy them.
And not build them up.
And not build them up. He shall destroy them, and they shall not be established. They shall not be firm. They shall not be stable. Go ahead, Tom sheet.
Blessed be the Lord, because he hath heard the voice of my supplications.
Mm-hmm.
The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusted in him, and I am helped.
Go to Deuteronomy 25.
Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men,
If there be a controversy between men,
and they
right?
come,
Go ahead.
and they come unto judgment.
Now, a controversy is what? An argument, strife, a disagreement, right? Go ahead.
If they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them.
Which means the things that we disagreed upon was able to be judged according to the laws of God.
Right.
They didn't argue about frivolous things that had no meaning. Okay? Tom Sheet.
Then they shall justify the righteous.
Then
and
they shall
condemn
justify the righteous and condemn what?
the wicked.
Condemn the wicked. So how do you condemn the wicked? To indicate a strong disapproval of. To indicate means to point out or show the person where he or she went wrong.
Right.
And that is our job. Okay? Our job is to rebuke each other and show each other where we have went wrong according to the laws and commandments and statutes of God. That's our job. Our job is not to agree with you and uplift you in your faults. Our job is not to agree with you and uplift you while you're wrong. I have to show you where you went wrong at. Tom Sheet.
And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to
And
lie
it shall
down.
be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down. Tom Sheet.
And to be beaten before his face, according to his fault,
According to his
by a
fault,
certain number.
by a certain number. Read.
40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed. Lest, if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brothers should seem vile unto thee.
See, these are the judgments of God. These are the judgments of God. And the only way to put fear in people is by the penalties. The penalties. Okay? There are penalties when we violate the commandments of God. And when we don't have judgments, right? When we don't have judgments, then we tend to continue in our own wanton ways. Okay? Because there's nothing to put a stop to it. Tom Sheet.
Then thy brother should seem vile
Then
unto
thy
thee.
brother should seem vile unto thee. The neglect, it means base, mean-spirited, feeling or showing a cruel desire to cause pain or harm. Tom Sheet.
Verse 4, thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn.
Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treads out the corn. A muzzle is something that keeps the ox mouth closed. Okay? So when you muzzle the ox is not able to eat. Because while the ox is treading and working, they eat while they work. Tom Sheet.
If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry
If
without.
brethren dwells together and one of them dies. Right? Go ahead.
And have no child,
And he has no child.
the wife of the dead shall not marry
The
without.
wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger.
Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother unto her.
See, but this law only stands when brothers are living together. Me and this brother live together, right? And I happen to die without having a son. According to the laws of God, God said that the next brother in line supposed to go into my wife to raise up seed for his dead brother. Remember the situation when we read Genesis chapter 38 concerning Onan, and Shelah. So we had a man named Judah. Judah had 3 sons, Onan, and Shelah, right? And had died in the eyes of God. Why God killed him? Because God said he was wicked. But it never described what did Ur do that God looked at him and said it was wicked? Right? Which means, more than likely, it didn't tell you his actions, but God saw evil in him. God saw something in him that he didn't like, and he killed him. Right? So the next brother in line, which was Onan, was supposed to go into his brother's wife to raise up seed for his dead brother. So Onan knew that the child should not be his. And because he knew that the child was not going to be his, when he went into his brother's wife, he spilled the seed on the ground. God killed him. He did that because he knew that the seed should not be his, which was a selfish act. He didn't consider the fact that this seed is to build up your brother's house. But he was only thinking about himself, which means God killed him for being selfish. God killed him for being selfish, for considering himself and not considering his dead brother. Tom Sheep.
And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel.
That his name be not put out in the name of in Israel. Read.
And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother.
So now this guy has rejected. He's rejecting. I don't want to take my brother's wife. So now this guy gets brought before the judges. Go ahead, read.
And say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him
The
and
elders
speak
of the
unto
city
him.
shall call him to speak to him. Read.
And if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders and loose his shoe from off his foot and spit in his face.
And spit in his face.
And shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto the man that will not build up his brother's house.
That's a shameful thing to do to somebody. Spit in their face. But that's what God said to do to this man, because he refused to build up his brother's house. So she brought this man to the judges, loosed his shoe, and spit in his face. Go ahead, read.
And his name shall be called in Israel the house of him that had the shoes. When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draw it near.
When men strive together one to another. So it's two men in a fight, right? Go ahead. And the man's wife goes and does what?
Draw it near.
She draws near
for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smited him. And put it forth her hand.
And put forth her hand.
Taking him by the secrets.
And grabbed him by his secrets. What God said to do.
Then thou shalt cut off her hand. Thine eye shall not pity her.
He said her hand got to be cut off. You don't grab no man by his secrets, because God said to cut the woman's hand off. Now I cannot have pity for the things. I must train myself to have pity for the things that God had pity for. Have mercy for the things that have mercy, that God had mercy for. Okay? We don't have more mercy than God. We're not more merciful than God. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not have in thy bag divers weights, a great and a small.
A great and a small.
Thou shalt not have in thine house divers measures, a great and a small.
Now, what are divers weights? Divers weights are weights, unjust weights. Unjust weights is you have a 10 pound. And when you check the weight, it's not really 10 pounds. It's 5 pounds. So now the person that's dealing with these diverse weights, I'm jipping. I'm jipping the person. The person is coming for 10 pounds of flour, but I have a weight that says 10 pounds, but it's not 10 pounds. It says 5. So the person is not getting 10 pounds of flour. He's getting 5 pounds. Go ahead, read. You know, we have things that go down today with these things. Scammers. We have weights. We have balances. And these things, once these scales are not working, we got to get rid of it. Tom Sheep.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight.
A perfect and just measure.
A perfect and just measure.
Shalt thou have.
Shalt thou have.
That thy days may be lengthened.
That thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Tom, see?
For all that do such things,
For all that do such things,
and all that do unrighteously,
and all that do unrighteously,
are an abomination.
is an abomination
unto the Lord
unto
thy
God. So what is abomination? Abomination is anything that is detestable in the eyes of God. So when we do unrighteously, which means awel means injustice, an unjust act or occurrence, or an unfair person, unkind, inconsiderate, unreasonable. An unkind person is cruel, hateful, insensitive, spiteful, uncaring. Right? So what does insensitive means? Feeling no concern for other people's feelings. You have no disregard for how a person feels. An inconsiderate person has no regard for the rights or feelings of others. They talk about themselves much more than anything else. It makes everything about them. Okay? Tom, see?
Remember what Amalek did unto thee by the way.
What did Amalek do? While the nation of Israel was leaving Egypt, right? There was a man named Amalek, who was Esau's grandson. While the nation was leaving, Amalek was killing off the Israelites from behind. The old stragglers that couldn't keep up, he was getting hit from behind, right? That's what they did. Go ahead, read.
How he met thee by the way.
How he met thee by the way.
And smote the
hindmost
hindmost
of thee.
Even all that were feeble behind thee. When thou wast faint and weary. And he feared not God.
And he feared not God.
Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God has given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it.
Let's go to Isaiah chapter 26. Got it? Top sheet.
Isaiah chapter 26.
Isaiah chapter 26.
In that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Salvation will God appoint for walls and bulwarks. Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation which keepeth the truth may enter in.
Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation which keepeth the truth may enter in. Go ahead.
Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace.
Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace. Thou wilt guard him. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace. Right? Go ahead. Whose
mind is stayed on thee.
Whose mind is stayed on thee. Whose purpose or his imagination. He that guards himself firm in God, the Most High will keep him in perfect peace. Which means, in order for God to guide your feet, I have to be fulfilling and doing the things that I know to be doing according to what God said. Tom, see?
Because he trusted in thee. Trust ye in the Lord forever. For in the Most High is everlasting strength.
For in the Most High is everlasting strength. Tom, see?
For he bringeth down them that dwell on high. The lofty city. He layeth it low. He layeth it low even to the ground. Bringeth it even to the dust. The foot shall tread it down, even the feet of the poor, and the steps of the needy. The way of the just is uprightness.
The way of the just is uprightness. The path of the just, or the customs of the just, is uprightness. Which means a pious person follows the moral and ethical codes of God. Okay? Dutiful, loyal to God, devoted. A dutiful person does what's expected of him. Okay? Tom Sheet.
The way of the just is uprightness. Thou, most upright, dost weigh the path of the just.
Thou, most upright, doth weigh the path of the just. Okay? Now, how do you weigh the path of the just? A balance. a distribution of weight, enabling someone to remain upright and steady with God, right? To keep steady, preventing them from falling, okay? But God only do that with the just. God only weighed the path of just men. So in order for God to weigh your path, you have to be just according to the standards of God. Go ahead, read.
Yea, in the way of thy judgments, O Lord, have we waited for thee. The desire of our soul is to thy name, and to the remembrance of thee. With my soul have I desired thee in the night.
Yeah, in the way of thy judgments, O Lord, we look forward to, we hope for. This is our expectations. Tom C.
The desire of our soul is to thy name, and to the remembrance of thee. With my soul have I desired thee in the night. Yea, with my spirit within me will I seek thee early. For when thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. Let favor be shown to the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness.
Let favor be shown to the wicked. He said, let favor be shown to the wicked. Let pity, kanan, it means pity or favor. Favor is shown to those who love God by keeping his commandments. By keeping his commandments, right? In the Hebrew, he said, let favor be showed to the wicked, right? Now, even God showed favor and pity to those that don't acknowledge. That go against it, we show favor and pity to the world. Hoping that the people will recognize their faults and return. Because God has given us a chance to return back to him. God has given all of us a chance. He don't kill us and destroy us right away. He don't do that to us right away. So, and God has patience with us. So guess what? We need to be patient with each other. Why? Because God is patient with us. God is patient with us. So we got to be patient with each other. Tom C.
In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly.
He said, let favor be shown to the wicked, yet will he not learn righteousness. Go ahead.
In the land of uprightness will he deal unjustly.
In the land of uprightness. In the land of uprightness is what?
Will he deal unjustly.
Will he deal unjustly.
And will not behold the majesty of the Lord.
And will not behold the majesty of God. Tom Sheep.
Lord, when thy hand is lifted up, they will not see. But they shall see and be ashamed for their envy at the people. Yea, the fire of thine enemies shall devour them. Lord, thou wilt ordain peace for us, but thou also hast wrought all our works in us. O Lord our God, other lords beside thee have had dominion over us. But by thee only will we make mention of thy name.
Now it says, by thee only will we make mention of thy name. The Hebrew word for mention is zakad. It means to remember. It means to call to mind. He said, by thee only will we remember your name. So when you are mindful of God, you are aware of your actions. When you are mindful of God, you are aware of your thoughts so that you do not offend God. We have to be aware of these things and be on point. Okay? Because the adversary job is to detour you away from God. The adversary job is to detour you and pull you away from these commandments, causing you to do things that is contrary to God. That's their job. What do you think happened with Job? What do you think happened with Job? The angels of God reported back to God. And when they reported back to God, the adversary popped up. He said, man, what you doing here? He said, I come from walking to and fro in the earth, right? He said, you don't consider my servant Job? He said, you don't consider my servant Job? You know what that is? For God to talk good about you? Which means Job was exalted in the heavens with God. Why? Because he said he eschewed evil. You know what eschewed evil means? It just means to turn away from that which is unlawful. those are ways that you can gain the attention of God by turning away from things that God hates. Tom sheet.
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
They are dead, they shall not live. They are deceased, they shall not rise. Therefore hast thou visited and destroyed them, and made all their memory to perish.
And made all their memory to perish. Go to Exodus 20. Right? He said he made all their memories to perish. Right? So why do we ask God to bless the memory of wicked people?
Uh-huh.
The memory of wicked people, God, the Creator, has caused to perish. But I read in a book where God said the memory of the just is blessed. The memory of the just is blessed. That's in Proverbs. Let's read Exodus chapter 20, and then we're going to go to 1 Samuel chapter 2. So let's read Exodus chapter 20.
And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
And God spake all these words, saying. Introduction. God is introducing himself. Go ahead, read it again.
I am the Lord thy God.
I am the Lord thy God. Read.
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
Which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. We spent 430 years serving the Egyptians. 430 years serving these people. And God instructed Abraham and told Abraham that we was going to serve these people for a certain amount of time. We was going to serve these people for some time. And it's going to be a bitter cry. You know what caused God to hear that bitter cry? Because we cried as one, in unison. We all cried as one. Because God, at that point in time, didn't look at us as individuals. He dealt with us as a nation, as a whole. So therefore, when one violated the laws of God, God was angry with the whole nation.
That's right.
With the whole nation. This is why we have to be careful with who we walk with.
That's right.
Because I may be pursuing the laws and the commandments of God, but I'm walking with a God that don't acknowledge God.
Right.
And I may end up getting brush fire. All because of who I'm hanging with. Example. See, I like to use the book for my examples and the things that I say. We had a king named King Saul. And King Saul disregarded the commandment of God. He disregarded the command. God commanded him and told him to wipe out Agag. Wipe out everybody. He didn't listen. He brought back Agag, which was the king, and he brought back the best of the sheep. Right? Best of the flock. Right? So now when he did that, what happened? Samuel realized that God has rejected him from being king. And because he was being rejected, because God rejected him, Samuel refused to worship with him. Samuel didn't pray with him. Why? Because he said, why am I going to pray with you when God rejected you? Which means what God rejects, you must train yourself to reject. What God loved, you must train yourself to love it. To love the things that God loved. Now, it's going to be hard. Because we was raised a certain way. This is why this is a training process. This is a training process by doing something over and over and over so that it can be habitual. It comes automatically. Tom Sheik, where we at? Verse what?
Exodus chapter 20, verse 3.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 3. Tom Sheik.
Thou shalt have no other gods before
Thou
me.
shalt have no other gods before me. Akare, to go after. It means subsequent to be in agreement with, to follow after. To resemble, to agree means what? You accept or to have the same view of. So if I accept you, I agree with your actions. This is why the prophet Samuel had to reject Saul. Because if Samuel didn't reject Saul, God would have looked at him like he agreed and accepted what King Saul did. This is why you got to watch what you accept. Because what you accept, God may not accept it. And then he's going to look at you like the same. All right? So if I accept you, I agree with your actions. That is against God. I agree with your opinions and feelings and your purpose. That is against God. Okay, so what does follow after other gods means? When you are adhering to their practices, when you adhere to their beliefs, the teachings associated with these deities. This is why we got to watch and be careful with the traditions and the practices and the celebrations, the things that we enjoy that our forefathers did not enjoy. The celebrations that we attend that our forefathers did not attend. There's a word in Hebrew called Kemah-asehim. Kemah-asehim in Leviticus 18 that speaks about the practices, Canaanite practices, Canaanite traditions, Canaanite celebrations, American celebrations, American practices, American traditions. We got to pull away from these things. Everything that we celebrated was in the book. Everything that we celebrated and acknowledged, we read it in the book. So if you don't read it here, stay away from it. Okay? Now, it also means to resemble, to be like or similar. Right? To be like means to feel attraction towards, or you take pleasure in. The things you take pleasure in, or the things that attracts you. You got to be careful of those things. Because not everything that you are attracted to is good for you or right. Because God don't accept it. Okay? Similar. Having common characteristics. And your characteristics goes into mental and ethical traits. Ethical traits are personal characteristics and behavior that aligns with a set of moral principles and values, guiding individuals to make decisions and act in the way that are considered right and wrong, right and good, disregarding your emotions. Ethical traits are attributes that defines the personality of someone who always follows strict moral principles. Okay? Mental traits are enduring characteristics or attributes that describes an individual's cognitive, emotional, and behavior patterns that are internal dispositions that influence how a person perceives things and feel and act in various situations. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Now, what is a graven image? The Hebrew word for a graven image is a fesel. It means an idol. A fesel can be an image. Okay? Now, what are graven images? A graven image are things that are carved out. Like brothers used to have staffs, and we used to carve out. Well, I never did it, but you have brothers that carved out images in the staff of lion heads and different images of God's creation, of animals and humans and stuff like that, right? That's called a graven image, right? Now, a graven image also refers to the concept of a cult image, which is paganism. A human-made object, often a statue or a figurine, that is venerated or worshipped, subjected to rituals. It's an image or likeness of anything that God has created that has been carved or sculpted. Okay? Idols are false gods. Likeness of something or form or appearance visible without substance. Without substance means what? Without life. Okay? And this is why a lot of brothers or a lot of people may not agree. And sometimes we may be emotionally attached to these things, which cause us to get rid of it. But according to the book, and from what I read here in Song of Solomon, in Song of Solomon, chapter 14, yes, okay? I'm going to go through some things here to show you, to approve what I'm saying you here, right? It says, for blessed is the wood whereby righteousness cometh. Why it said, blessed is the wood whereby righteousness cometh? Because good things, you can do righteous things, good things from the wood. You can build houses. The wood is used to build altars, right? But we corrupt the wood by the things that we do with it. We corrupt it, right? It says, but that which is made with hands is cursed, as well it. As he that made it, he, because he made it, and it, because being corruptible, it was called God. For the ungodly and his ungodliness are both alike hateful unto God. For that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation. Because in the creature of God they are become an abomination, a stumbling block to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise. For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication, and the invention of them the corruption of life. For neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever. For by the vain glory of men they entered into the world, therefore shall they come shortly to an end. For a father afflicted of untimely mourning, when he had made an image of his son, soon took it away. A father afflicted of untimely mourning. He's mourning. What is he mourning? His son just died, right? So he's mourning his son, right? Which he had made an image of his child, soon taken away, now honored him as a god. How did he honor his dead son to be a god? By making an image. By having it, and this is why I don't have pictures and images of my children. Because when we have images and pictures of our children, it's in commemoration of honoring the dead. And this is why I don't do it. Okay? And the book is going to tell us not to do it. This, okay, read Township.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Or any likeness
or
of anything.
any likeness. You know what a likeness is? God has commanded us not to have a graven image, nor have a likeness. A likeness is what? Something that looks like. It resembles. Right? A likeness. And in the Hebrew, it says temuna. If you know what temuna means, temuna is direct. It means pictures.
Right.
A likeness is a picture, and the picture is a likeness. He said, you shall not have a likeness of what?
Of any graven image, or any likeness of anything.
Of any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is what?
In
the heaven above. So we cannot have likenesses of what's in the heaven. Sun, moon, stars. You're not going to see a sundial for a clock. You're not going to see stars written all over. You ain't going to see none of that. We don't even know the shape of stars. Stars don't have points. These stars that people are showing, which is the 6-point star and the 5-point star, are demonic symbols. Nowhere in the book shows that King David had a 6-pointed star. The 6-pointed star represents is 2 hexagrams. I mean, not hexagrams, 2 triangles overlapping. When you flip it, one represents the male, one represents the feminine. These are demonic symbols that's used in witchcraft. How I know? Through studies. So I don't have 5-point stars, and I don't have 6-point stars in my house, because I don't need anything in my house that's going to bring evil upon my house. Okay, Tom Sheet.
Or that is in the earth beneath.
Or in the earth beneath. What is in the earth beneath? Humans, male, female, cattle, animals. Go ahead.
Or that is in the water under the earth.
Or that is in the waters under the earth. Fishes and whales. Shrimps, lobster, all those things that's in the waters. Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not bow down. Thou shalt not bow down.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them. Lord, teach takaweh. Okay? What does that mean? It means to bow down. It means to prostrate. It means to worship. Now, what is the definition of worship? Worship is an extreme form of love for God. It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God that you don't question what you read. You don't question God. These are laws. And most of us question God and disagree with these laws.
Right.
But this is the oldest book that is preserved by God. There's no book that's out there that's more older than this book here. Okay? Go ahead, read.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them.
Nor serve
For
them.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous
For
God.
I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. What does serve means? To comply to the commandments of God, to comply to the demands of God.
Mm-hmm.
You can be a servant of God.
Absolutely.
Agree with his commands, comply to his commands and his demands.
That's right.
Okay? Tom sheet.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the
Visiting
children.
the iniquities of the fathers. The Hebrew word for visit is paquad. Paquad means to remember. Paquad means to command. Visiting, remembering, commanding the what? The sins of the fathers. Which means God is going to command the father's sins to visit the children. That's how God deals. And what do you think is upon us today? Our fathers' fathers.
That's them.
Passed down. The sins has been passed down because no one is repairing the breach. No one is considering the fact that it has to be some type of repair here in order for God not to visit my father's sins upon my son. Okay? He said, remembering or commanding the sins of the fathers upon whom?
Upon the children.
Upon the children.
Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
Unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me. Unto the third and fourth generation of my enemies. We have become enemies of God. Why? Because we do things according to our own want and will. We do things according to our own desire. We do things to satisfy ourselves instead of satisfying what God wants. Go ahead, read.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
Showing mercy. The mercy of God is when he chooses not to punish an individual for their sins or wrongdoings. Despite being deserving of it, we deserve it. But God still haven't punished us for everything we did. He still showed us mercy. Mercy invokes feelings of forgiveness. Forgiveness leads to releasing of negative feelings towards the person choosing to move forward. So if you are a merciful person, you will learn to let go of certain things. That's the only way, man. That's the only way to gain the mercy from God. We cannot continue to hold on to things. We have to learn to let go of certain things. Gotta let go of it. I ain't gotta forget it because I don't want to get burnt twice. But I gotta let go. Why? Because I want God to let go of the things that I've done. I don't want God to hold over my head the things that I've done that brings death. So we got to walk on in our life with a guilty conscience. You know why? Because that's how our forefathers walked before God. This is how our forefathers, this is how King David walked before God. Remember when King David went into that man Uriah the Hittite wife? And he used Nathan the prophet to warn him. And when Nathan the prophet came to warn him, what King David said, acknowledgement. He said, I have sinned. I have sinned. But Nathan the prophet told him one thing, right? He said, God has erased your sin, your iniquity. That's a lesson in itself, man. It's even though King David, remember when King David got anointed? It says from that day on, from that day forward, the Spirit of the Lord rested upon King David. Right? Which means you can do certain things contrary to God. In that state, it shows that King David was mortal man. You have to be on guard and taking heed to your spirit at all times. Because sometimes you make your mind up to serve God, but you end up slipping. My mind can still be made up to serve God and slip. That's why God said, guard yourself. That's why God said, take heed to yourself. Be on point. That don't make me wicked because I messed up a little here. No, get back on track and correct yourself and walk upright with God. Don't beat yourself up. Oh, I did this, I deserve to die. No, that's not the correct mentality. Don't beat yourself up for your wrong. Correct it and become better. Correct it and get back on track. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Go ahead.
For the Lord will not hold them guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
When you take God's name in vain, it means worthless, to hold no value, nothingness. The name of God should not be mentioned because his name is holy. When you mention the name of God, you make it common. You begin to profane his name. When you profane God's name, you done made it common. In the book, in Amos chapter 6, it says, hold thy tongue, for we should not make mention of the name of God. Right. So therefore, there are different attributes that we can call the Creator, the Almighty, the Eternal One. Right. But that name, Yod He Wav He, I don't mention that name.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Now, how do we remember God's day? We remember God's day according to how God said we should remember it. How not to profane his day. Okay? So we're going to go through certain aspects in the book of how we can remember God's day. In Exodus chapter 16, it states, it was talking about the manna. And God gave the nation of Israel, which was in the wilderness, God brought the people through the wilderness to prove them. God brought these people through the wilderness to test them. And God is testing us today. God is proving us today because he's making a selection of who he can choose amongst the people that has that determination to serve God. So now, manna, the people, God tested the people with hunger. They cried out to God and they brought manna dropped from heaven, right? But it's not going to drop on Shabbat, on the seventh day. So God commanded them to take double portions, right? Double portions. And they it said, prepare that which you shall prepare on the sixth day. So everything that needs to be prepared or arranged must be done from Friday before the Sabbath comes in, okay? You cannot prepare or arrange nothing today. In Jeremiah chapter 17, I was talking with a sister with that this morning. It states that you should not exit your house with a burden. Mm-hmm. A burden describes everything that is carried. So therefore, when you leave the house, wherever you're going to congregate at, whatever, you bring whatever you're going to bring before the Shabbat, or you just bring your necessities, the things that you need. I can't leave my house without my keys. I can't get back in the house, and I'm not going to leave my house open. So I got to leave with the things that I need, and okay. Isaiah 58 states that you should talking of matters or speaking of matters. Our conversation should only be concerning God. We cannot speak of matters that has nothing to do with the laws and the commandments of God today.
That's right.
Okay? In Exodus 20, it states serving, right? The maidservants and the menservants' job was to serve. And God said that they should not serve today. So therefore, I'm not going to serve you. I will have to go get my own, and you will have to get your own. I can't serve you, and you can't serve me. Tom sheet.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath to the Lord thy God. Read.
In it thou shalt not do any work.
Thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor your daughter,
thy
thy
manservant, nor
manservant,
thy maidservant,
nor your maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor your
nor
cattle.
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
So now the laws of God is for everyone. Anybody that comes into my house falls under the rules of the Sabbath. You cannot come into my house and do your own thing.
That's right.
Your son, your daughter, your manservants, maidservant, cousins, aunt, uncles, nieces, okay, visitors. Tom sheet.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in the midst.
For in 6 days the Lord made the heaven and the earth. God could have created the heavens and the earth in one day. But this is an example in its own that God does everything in a space of time. Time. You're not going to be holy and righteous right away. All that takes time through testing and proving yourself before God. Okay? Tom sheet.
And rested the 7th day.
And rested on the 7th day. God don't rest. So what do you mean by rest? The Hebrew word for rest is yanak. It means to desist or to stop from creating. Okay? Tom sheet.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day and hallowed it.
Uh-huh.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
That thy days may be long.
Honor also means, the Hebrew word for honor is honor or glorify. So honoring your parents is showing them respect, obedience, right? Being appreciative and recognizing their authority. Most of us are not appreciative of our parents because we have bad things to say about them. We say bad things about them, right? But your parents could have dropped you off at the fire station. They could have dropped you in the dumpster.
That's right.
But they had decided they had that much good in you to take you and nurture you till you get to that grown man or that grown woman. These are the things that we got to appreciate. Why I said appreciate, because God shows us whether we are appreciative or not.
That's right.
This is why God said, disregard everything that Egyptians did to us. They shall be accepted to you in their third generation. Why? Because we was a stranger in their land. Right? Recognizing their authority and providing when needed. Treating them with consideration and high regards. High regards. Tom sheet.
That thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder. Lo tirazah. You can't take a person's life that's not justifiable according to the laws of God. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. Adultery, tin'ah, it means adultery, and it also means to fornicate. Now, according to the scriptures, according to the laws of God, right? According to the laws of God, right? Adultery for a woman is when she cohabitate with anybody, with a man. She's married and she's cohabitating with men that's not her husband. Adultery for a man, according to the scripture, is when he cohabitate with a married woman. In order for it to be adultery for this man, she has to be married. Why I say that is because the men in the book, you read where men in the book had more than one wives. They had more than one wives. They had 2 wives. They had 3 wives. They had as many wives as they can take care of. See, they didn't play that game with having 2 and 3 wives, and I ain't got it to take care of the woman. And that's what brothers do. They use the law to their own gratification. If I don't have the means of taking care of two women, I'm leaving that second woman alone, and I stick to my one wife. Now, the other definition to tin'ah, which is adultery, it also means to fornicate. To fornicate. So I will not have sex with this woman if she's not my wife. If I have to stay without 2 years, without being, without cohabitating, I will stay without 2, 3 years, or however long I gotta stay without, because I have to keep my respect and honor for the laws and the commandments of God first and foremost, not to desire, not for me to please my desires. Not for me to please my desires. There was a point in time where I was promiscuous and sleeping around. But it came a point in time when I had to snap out of that and say, you know what? I can't continue this way.
That's right.
I have to stop one way or another. I got to stop. And I had to withhold myself and hold myself back. Yes, fornicating is when you have sex and you're not married. Okay? Go ahead, Tom C. Verse 15, right?
Yes. Verse 15, thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal. Loathsome. Loathsome means steal, rob, or deceive. Right? You can't steal, I can't deceive you, and I can't rob you. Right? Loathsome. Tom C.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Right? Now, Loathsome, to answer, you should not answer or respond as a lying witness. If I wasn't there to tell you what happened, I shouldn't have nothing to say. But people have so much to say, but they don't know the details of what took place or what happened.
False witness.
And they become false witnesses before God. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Coveting comes from a feeling of not being satisfied. Because coveting is when you desire or want what doesn't belong to you.
Right.
Not satisfied with what one already has or possess. It leads to other negative emotions like envy, jealousy, and death. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Read.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor
So
his
let's go
ox.
to 1 Samuel chapter 2. 1 Samuel chapter 2. Right? It says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. Loathsome, it means to covet, lust, or desire. I can't desire and want what doesn't belong to me. If it ain't mine, I need to leave it alone and forget about it. So let's go to where we at? You said 1 Samuel chapter 2. Tom Sheep.
And Anna prayed and said, my heart rejoiceth in the Lord. Mine horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth is enlarged over mine enemies.
He said what? He said, my heart is what?
Rejoiceth in the Lord.
My heart rejoicing in God. He said, Hannah prayed. She said, my heart rejoicing in God.
Mine horn is exalted in the Lord.
My horn is exalted in the Lord. Okay? To result. So let me explain. I'm going to explain the law to us right now. Okay. There was a man named King Solomon. Right? King Solomon had a mother. This was King Solomon's mother. Right? King Solomon came to present himself before his mother. And out of respect and honor, King Solomon rose. Okay? And this is the reason now everybody don't have to rise. The only ones that you will see and notice to rise is her sons, out of honor for their mother, for our mother. According to the scriptures, you have two Hebrew words. It says honor right? Rise before the hoary head. In the Hebrew, it says to rise before the Sabbath. Sabbath means the gray head. Okay? So now, two Hebrew words, Zakwain and Zakwena. You have masculine and feminine in Hebrew. In the Hebrew, it did not say Zakwena. It says Zakwain, which means to rise before the old man, right? So everybody, I say that to say this. Everybody don't have to rise. The only ones that rises are the ones that are his children or sons or daughters, then we will rise. All right? Just make a little necessary correction. Time sheet. Let's start over. Verse chapter 2, verse 1.
And Anna prayed and said,
Anna prayed and said,
my heart rejoices.
My heart rejoices in God. Go ahead.
Mine horn is exalted in the Lord.
My horn is exalted in the Lord. You know what that horn signifies? It signifies strength. He said, my strength is exalted in God. Tom sheet.
My mouth is enlarged over mine enemies.
My mouth is enlarged over mine enemies because I rejoice in our salvation. Tom sheet.
There is none holy as the Lord.
There is none holy as God. You know what? Huh? There is none holy as God, but there is none besides thee. The Hebrew word for beside is bilti, except thee. There is none except thee. There is no other besides God. There is no 3 in 1. There is no God and no nothing with God. God dwells alone. The Creator dwells alone. There's nothing beside him to consort with him without beginning. This is a God this God don't have a beginning. He's without beginning and he's without end. So how can we even be born by a woman? He said he's without beginning and without end. To him belongs strength and dominion. Let's go.
Neither is there any rock like our God.
Neither is there any rock like our God.
No more so exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth.
Talk what? Talk no more so exceeding proudly. All right? When we speak proud, right? Or proudly, it means speaking with excessive self-satisfaction in an arrogant and boastful manner. Right? Self-importance is an overblown idea of oneself. You over-exaggerate your worth. Right? You never read in the book where these godly men had so much to say about themselves. All the godly men that we read about, they didn't exalt themselves. They didn't exalt themselves. Because when you exalt yourself, it denotes pride. Time sheet. Now, hold up 1 minute. He said, let not arrogancy come out of your mouth, right? It means to speak impudently. It means to speak in a rude, disrespectful way, showing lack of courtesy towards others. Time sheet.
For the Lord is a God of knowledge.
The Lord is a God of knowledge.
And by him actions are weighed.
For the Lord is a God of knowledge. And by him actions are weighed. The Hebrew word for weighed is nitkenu. It means by him your actions are regulated. Your actions are estimated. Your actions, you are proved by your actions. You are tested according to your actions. Okay? Estimated means appraised or worthy of. By him, your actions are weighed. It means appraised means to evaluate the value of by your actions. We become evaluated by God for the things that we do in life. Okay? Regulated means to govern or direct according to God's law. Weighed means assess the nature or importance of, especially with a view to a decision or action. Now, your actions is showed by your decisions. First, we got to make our mind up. What are we gonna serve? Then we go through an evaluation process by God. But we have to make our mind up first to go through this evaluation process. Thoroughly being analyzed and tested by our actions, thoroughly being analyzed and tested by our thoughts, thoroughly being analyzed and tested through situations, determining your character, tells me who you is. That's what God is doing to us today. Time sheet.
The bows of the mighty men are broken.
The bows of the mighty men are broken. They're discouraged. Time sheet.
And they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread. And they that were hungry ceased. So that the barren had borne 7. And she that had many children is waxed feeble.
She that had many children are waxed feeble. The Hebrew word for feeble is amal. It means weak. My mother had 13 kids from my father. 13. 4 passed away. Right? And why it says the woman that has so many kids becomes weak, because the constant pushing and doing that, you can put yourself in a state where it can affect your body. Right? I know a woman that has pushed, having so much babies back to back, and end up hemorrhaging in their head and end up with a stroke. Why? Because of having so many babies. A lot of strain. That's why when you have a baby, it's not good to get pregnant right away after you just had the baby. You got to give your body time to recover. They nurse their babies for a long period of time. 3 and better. 3 years, 4 years, they nurse that child. And while they're nursing the child, they didn't get pregnant. Because when you get pregnant while you're nursing, now I got to stop nursing to produce the milk for the baby that I have here in my womb. Tom sheet.
The Lord kill it and make it alive.
The Lord kill it and make it alive.
He bring it down to the grave and bring it up.
He bring it down to the grave and bring it up.
The Lord make it poor and make it rich.
The Lord make it poor and he make it rich.
He bring it low and lift it up.
He bring it low and he lifts up.
He raised it up the poor out of the dust.
He raised up the poor out of the dust.
And lifted up the beggar from the dunghill. To set them among princes.
To set them among princes.
And to make them inherit the throne of glory.
And to make them inherit the throne of glory.
The pillars of the earth are the Lord's.
Wait a minute. Say that again. The pillars of the earth is God. And people, we have been taught today that the earth is rotating and spinning around on its own. But we just read that where God has set the earth upon 2 pillars. Now notice these 2 pillars, nobody is able to see these pillars with the naked eye. But God has set the earth upon these 2 pillars. You know what rotates and goes around the earth? The sun is what rotates. The moon is what rotates, not the earth. Tom sheet.
For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints.
He will keep the feet of his saints. You mean to tell me that there are saints still here?
Dang.
You mean to tell me there are still some people here with the determination to serve God? He said he will keep, he will observe, he will guard the feet of his saints. What does observe mean? What does guard means? Right? To conform one's actions or practices to God. Because I have made myself acceptable to God, he will cause my actions and practices to be conformed, to be in agreement with God's actions, to be in agreement with his practices. Wow. Because to guard means what? To watch over in order to keep from going astray. Why do you think God stopped King David from doing certain things? I said, God stopped King David from doing certain things. Why? Because it would have blemished him. It would have tainted him. So therefore, God stopped him.
That's right.
So now, I say that to say this. When certain things we get into, now we got to ask ourselves, why didn't God stop me? What is the reason why God has allowed me to go through with this evil situation? What am I doing in my life that's causing God to not to stop me? We have to recognize these things. Why has God allowed me to walk through that terrain or that area that gonna cause me to sin? Because I'm doing something. There's something I did in my past that caused me to do this. It affected me now. It's the effects. Tom Sheep.
And the wicked shall be silent in darkness.
The wicked shall be silent. What verse you at?
The end of 9.
Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
For by strength shall no man prevail. Verse 10. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces.
The adversaries of God shall be broken in pieces. Tom Sheep.
Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointing.
Tom Sheep.
And Elkanah went to Ramah to his house, and the child did minister.
Now, Elkanah's wife was Hannah. And Hannah prayed for a son. She prayed to God and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed to God, because a woman's desire is what? Was what? A woman's desire was to have a child for their husband. That was the woman's desire, to have a child for their husband. So when they didn't have that child, when they was barren, they felt a certain type of way. They felt what type of way? So now she's grieving. Elkanah went, he looked at her, he said, am I better to thee than 10 sons? Huh?
Yeah.
But he considered his wife.
Rhythm.
He considered his wife. He considered the state and the mentality and the situation that the woman was in. Tom Sheep.
Now the sons of Eli were sons of Belial. The
sons of Eli were sons of Belial. Okay, now. So now we're going to get into that word Belial. Belial means worthless. Worthless. Okay? Now, when you look up the definition of worthless, it means lacking moral or personal values. When we lack moral or personal values, those are the things that causes us to be worthless in the eyes of God. Right. So we're going to get into those words. What are moral values? Moral values are principles or standards that guides an individual's behavior and chooses based on what God considers right or wrong. Not according to what I decide or say is right and wrong. It's according to what God said is wrong or right. Okay? Now, personal values are a set of guiding principles and beliefs that you use to differentiate between what is right and what is wrong. Okay? So you cannot be worthy before God if you don't have moral and principle values. Tom Sheep.
And the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered sacrifice, the priest's servants came.
And the priest's custom. Back up. Now the sons of Eli were sons of Belial. They knew not the Lord. The Hebrew word for knew is yada. It means to know of God, to be aware of through observation, inquiry, and information. Observation means what? To take notice, right? To take notice, to be observant, right? In order for God to deal with you, you have to have a certain amount of interest for God. Why I say that? The burning bush, right? There was a burning bush where the bush was burning. But the bush was not being consumed. So Moses went, he said, let me see this great sight to see why is this bush burning, but it's not being consumed, right? When he went to inquire of to see this great sight, God spoke to him. Which means we have to be interest. We have to show interest in God in order for God to show interest in us. Okay? It goes both. It's a mutual thing. Tom, see?
And the priest custom with the people was that when any man offered sacrifice,
When any man offered sacrifice,
the priest servants came
the priest servants came
while the flesh was in seething.
while the flesh was in seething. It was boiling. It was cooking. Read.
With the flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hand.
Uh-huh.
And he struck it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot.
Uh-huh.
All that the flesh hook brought up, the priest took for himself.
Uh-huh.
So they did in Shiloh unto all the Israelites that came thither. Also, before they burnt the fat, the priest's servants came and said to the man that sacrificed, give flesh to roast for the priest.
Mm-hmm.
For he will not have sodden flesh of thee, but raw.
Uh-oh. So now these guys here, he said also before they burnt the fat, the priest servants came and said to the man that sacrificed, give flesh to roast for the priest. For he will not have sodden flesh. The word for sodden, it means cooked or roast, right? Of thee, but raw. Which means, that means raw flesh.
Uncooked.
Flesh that is not cooked. They didn't eat nothing raw.
No.
They didn't eat nothing raw. They cooked their meat. They cooked their meat. They didn't eat nothing medium raw. It was they cooked their meat. First, they made sure that the fat and the blood was out,
Right.
and they cooked their meat. They cooked their meat. Tom, see?
And if any man said unto him, let them not fail to burn the fat presently,
Uh-huh.
and then take as much as thy soul desireth,
Uh-huh.
then he would answer him, nay, but thou shalt give it me now, and if not, I will take it by force.
Uh-huh.
Wherefore the sin of the young men was very great
The
before
sin
the
of
Lord.
the young men was great before God.
For men
Uh-huh.
abhorred the offering of the
Because
Lord.
they abhorred the offerings of God. They hated and despised the offerings of God. Read.
But Samuel ministered before the
The
Lord.
Hebrew word for offerings is minka. Minka is the offerings that went up before God at daybreak, at the dawn. Because we don't have a high priest to set up these offerings, God said that he will accept the calves of our lips, which is prayers. Now, the only way God will accept your prayers, you have to be accepted by God. If I am not accepted by God, God is not going to accept my prayers. Example, Cain and Abel. God accepted Abel, but he didn't accept Cain. And because he didn't accept Cain, he did not accept his offering. He didn't accept his offering. Go ahead, read.
But Samuel ministered before the Lord, being a child, girded with a linen ephod.
Uh-huh.
Moreover, his mother made him a little
A
coat
little coat.
and brought it to him
Year
from
by
year
year.
to year, when she came up with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice.
Once a year, she saw her son. You hear that? Once a year, she saw her son, and she brought a robe. A coat in the Hebrew is me'il. It means a robe. She didn't bring an actual coat, but she brought a robe for him. And she saw this child once a year. Tom, see?
And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife, and
Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife.
said, the Lord give thee seed of this woman
Uh-huh.
for the loan which is lent to the Lord.
For the loan which is lent unto God. Uh-huh.
And they went unto their own home.
They went home. Tom, see?
And the Lord visited Anna,
And God remembered Hannah. He remembered her. Go ahead, read.
so that she conceived.
Most of the times, in order to receive, you got to give up. I said, most of the time, in order to receive from God, you have to give up. That's called a sacrifice. That's called a sacrifice, man. What are we giving up to receive the mercy of God? What are we giving up to receive the mercy and the compassion and the kindness of God? Huh? Nothing. We just want God to keep giving and giving and giving, but we ain't giving up nothing. We're not giving up nothing. Tom, see?
And the Lord visited Hannah so that she conceived and bare 3 sons and 2
3
daughters.
sons and 2 daughters.
And the child Samuel grew before the Lord. Now Eli was very old.
Eli was old.
And heard all that his sons did.
And he heard all that his sons did
unto all Israel. And how they lay with the woman that assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
So when the woman used to come to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with their offerings, these 2 priests used to take the woman in the backside and penetrate her. Go ahead.
And he said unto them, why do ye such things?
So Eli is correcting his sons. He said, why are you doing this?
For I hear of your evil dealings.
I heard of your evil dealings.
By all these people.
By all these people. The people is talking about it. The people is complaining. And these men were so just and honest that they didn't need witnesses.
True.
They didn't need witnesses. They fessed up to their violation. Go ahead, read.
Nay, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear.
There's no good report that I hear.
You make the Lord's people to transgress.
He said, you're making the Lord's people to transgress. You're causing the people to sin. You're causing the people to transgress. This is why you got to be careful of the teachers that come up and speak about God's word, adding and taking away from what God said. Because people come up and they say things and teach the people contrary and opposite from what God said in the book. And they use other books to substantiate what they feel and how they think, when God only has one book here. I don't need no other source of books to substantiate what I read here. This is why when I read this book, I go according to what it says directly. If the book never told me, and I never read in the book where it says that it takes 18 minutes for leavening to set in, the first thing I'm going to ask you is show me that in the book. Don't show me no other book. And I don't care what Bacon's saying or other calling the Bacons. I don't care about that, because that wasn't God's explanation of how to make the dough leaven. I'm only going according to the explanation that I read here in the book. And according to the explanation that I see here in the book is when you knead the dough. When you knead the dough, it begins the leavening process. That's all I know. I don't know nothing else, because I didn't read anything else besides that in here. And guess what? And that's how you stay in the correct way. That's how you stay in the clear. When we decide to use these other books to determine what this book says, that's where sin lies at. Iniquity. It's easy to creep in and you end up trapping yourself, man.
Right.
Because we don't go according to what this is, what this says. This is the book that God gave us. This is what we should be following.
That's right.
Jehu. That's it.
Right. That's right, brother.
Tom Sheep.
Verse 25.
Uh-huh.
If one man sin against another,
If one man sin against another,
the judge shall judge him.
the judge shall judge him.
But if a man sin against the Lord,
But if a man sin against God,
who shall entreat for
who's
him?
going to entreat for him? Nobody. I can't entreat because you violated the highest. You're on your own now, brother. Tom Sheep.
Notwithstanding,
They
hearken not
they
unto the voice of
hearken
their
not
father,
unto the voice of their father.
because the Lord will slay them.
Wait a minute. That's a key there. So you mean to tell me when you do not hearken to correction, when you don't hearken to correction, God had intentions to destroy you? This is why we go against correction and reproof, because you are the road to destruction. Your parents correct you and you don't hearken because you are on the road to destruction, and God is not going to allow you to hearken and listen to nothing that's going to save you, because death is already determined. Because sometimes we can go too far. Sometimes in life We go too far in wickedness to where we can't find ourselves back. You don't want to get in that position with God. You don't want to get in that position with God, man. Tom, see?
Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them.
Because God would slay them.
And the child Samuel grew on.
Samuel grew on.
And was in favor
both with the Lord
and
also with men. Tom, see?
And there came a man of God unto Eli and said unto him, Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
Did I plainly appear unto the house of thy father when they were in Egypt, in Pharaoh's house? And did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel?
Did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel? That's Lewi. Leah didn't know what she was doing when she named him Lewi. It means to join. People say join to his mother, but he was really joined to God. God took Lewi to himself, to his own possession. And what joined him to God is because of his service, his priestly service before God. Now, yes, we have priests today. Yes, we have priests today. But I'm not going to go around and call myself no priest or a Kohen because I haven't been consecrated. And that there's no grounds or no temple. So I'm not going to call myself. My father said he's out the line of Lewi. He's out the priesthood. But he didn't go around calling himself priest because you have to go through the consecration in order to be called that Kohen or that priest. Tom, see?
And I did choose him out of all the tribe of Israel
and I
to be my priest.
Out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest.
To offer upon mine altar. To burn incense.
To burn incense.
To wear an ephod before me.
Wait. To offer upon my altar. To burn incense. To wear an ephod before me. So the burning of incense is it's a priestly duty. It's according to the offerings. This is why I don't burn incense in my house. The only time they burnt incense was during the sacrifices and the offerings.
Worship.
That's the only time they burnt incense. Read about it. You're not going to read nowhere in this book where they messed around and burnt incense in their houses. Because the burning of incense was only burnt when we're dealing with offerings and sacrifices to God. That's right. Tom, see?
And did I give unto the house of thy father all the offerings made by fire of the children of Israel? Wherefore kick ye at my sacrifice?
He said, why you kick at my sacrifice?
And at mine offering.
And at my offering. When it says to kick, he said to neglect. It means to disregard. It means to contempt. To contempt means the feeling that a person is beneath consideration. Okay, Tom, see?
Which I have commanded in my habitation, and honorest thy sons above me.
He said you honor your sons above God, which means you can honor people above God's law. When I allow and I accept certain things to happen and go down, disregarding the laws of God. We have disregarded and we have honored people above God. You can honor your children above God. You can honor your wife above God. You can honor your friends and companions above God. Because your boss above God. Because I break God's laws to please you.
That's right.
I'm guilty of that. We are guilty of that. Making passes for people to suffice this person. Or to suffice this person. No, reiterate the laws of God and stand on those laws. Because my only job is to please God first.
That's right.
Before I please my wife or my children, I got to please God, number one.
That's right.
God is first and foremost.
That's right.
And honorest thy sons above me to make yourselves fat with the chiefest of all the offerings of Israel, my people.
With the chiefest of all the offerings of Israel, my people. And you know what else? We end up honoring ourselves above God. By putting ourselves above his laws. Putting yourself first before God. Tom, see?
Wherefore, the Lord God of Israel say, I said indeed that thy house and the house of thy fathers should walk before me forever. But now, the Lord saith, Be it far from me.
Be it far from me.
For them that honor me,
For them that honor me,
I will honor.
I will honor.
And they that
And
despise
they
me
that despise me
shall be lightly
shall be
esteemed.
lightly esteemed. The Hebrew word for lightly esteemed, you know what it means? It means something that is not valued or highly regarded. Not valuable, unimportant. Okay? Tom sheet.
Behold, the days come that I will cut off thine
I
arm,
will cut off thine arm
and the arm of thy father's
in the
house,
arm of thy father's house.
that there shall not be an old man in thine house.
Uh-huh.
And thou shalt see an enemy in my habitation, and all that wealth which God shall give Israel. And there shall not be an old man in thine house forever. And the man of thine, whom I shall not cut off from thine altar, shall be to consume thine eyes and to grieve thine heart.
Uh-huh.
And all the increase of thine house shall die in the flower of their age.
Mm-hmm.
And this shall be a sign unto thee that shall come upon thy two sons, on Hophni and Phinehas.
Mm-hmm.
In one day they shall die, both of them. And I will raise me up a faithful priest,
A faithful priest.
that shall do according to that
That
which
shall
is in
do
mine
according
heart
to that which is in mine heart.
and in my mind.
Uh-huh.
And I will build him a sure house, and he shall walk before mine anointed forever.
Mm-hmm.
And it shall come to pass that everyone that is left in thine house shall come and crouch to him for a piece of silver and a morsel of bread, and shall say, Put me, I pray thee, into one of the priest's offices, that I may eat a piece of bread.
Chapter 3.
And the child Samuel ministered unto the Lord before Eli. And the word of the Lord was precious in
The
those
child
days.
Samuel ministered before who?
Before Eli. Unto the Lord before Eli.
Uh-huh.
And the word of the Lord
He's
was
a
precious.
child. A child. Ministering before God. Go ahead, read.
And the word of the Lord was precious in those days.
The word of the Lord was precious in those days. What do I mean by precious? Precious in those days meaning what? God did not come to too many people in visions and dreams. The word of God was scarce.
Yeah.
Why was the word of God scarce? Because at this point in time, the things that the nation was doing, we was not in right and goodly standards before God. Anytime we fall out of righteousness before God, God go back to his place. He start giving us some space and room till we acknowledge our offense. Go ahead.
There was no open vision.
There was no open vision.
And it came to pass at that time when Eli was laid down in his place, and his eyes began to wax dim, that he could not see.
That he could not see. Read.
And ere the lamp of God went out in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was, and Samuel was laid down to sleep. And the Lord called Samuel, and he answered.
The Lord called Samuel.
And he answered, Here am I.
This is real, man. He said, the Lord called Samuel. He said, Here am I. Which means the voice of God sounded like mortal man, like regular man. It didn't scare him. Hey, Samuel. He didn't say it like that to jump him out of his wits. Right? Go ahead.
And he ran unto Eli and said, Here am I, for thou callest me. And he said, I called not. Lie down again.
So now he's laying down. God is calling him. He goes to sit to Eli. Eli said, Listen, man, I didn't call you. You should go back and lay down. Read.
And the Lord called yet again Samuel. And Samuel arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. And he answered, I called not, my son. Lie down again. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, neither was the word of the Lord yet revealed unto him. And the Lord called Samuel again the third time. And he arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. And Eli perceived that the Lord had called the child.
Eli picked it up. So, Eli perceived that God is calling him. Go ahead.
Therefore Eli said unto Samuel, Go, lie down, and it shall be, if he called thee, that thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and lay down in his place. The Lord came and stood and called as at other times, Samuel, Samuel. Then Samuel answered, Speak, for thy servant heareth. The Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I will do a thing in Israel.
At which both the ears of everyone that heareth it shall tingle.
And that day I will perform against Eli all things which I had spoken concerning his house. When I begin, I will also make an end.
He said, in that day I will perform against Eli all the things concerning what's going on in your house. A man is responsible for what goes on in your house. And God is going to charge the head of the household for whatever goes on in the house. That's important, man. That's very important. Tom C.
For I have told him that I will judge his house forever for the iniquity which he knoweth.
He said, I will judge his house forever. Which means there is nothing that you can do to purge that iniquity. There is nothing that you can do to get rid of that sin. This is why we got to be careful of presumptuous iniquity, because sometimes we may do things that sticks with you. You can fast, put on sackcloth, do whatever you think you can do to try to get rid of this sin, but it ain't going nowhere. It's irreversible. We do things contrary to what God said. That is irreversible. That's right. Be careful with yourself, man. And when things like this is irreversible, you cannot exalt. You can't do better. You can't improve. Tom C.
Because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained them not. And
therefore, that again?
Because his sons made themselves vile.
Because his sons made themselves vile, and he restrained them not. It was Eli's job to restrain the sons, not just talk. It was my job to restrain my son. Okay? Go ahead, read.
And therefore I have sworn unto the house of Eli that the iniquity of Eli's house shall not be purged with sacrifice.
It shall not be purged with sacrifice. It shall not be atoned for with sacrifices. See, those are the purposes of these sacrifices. You have peace offerings to regain and get back in favor with God. You have sin offerings. Sin offerings was done because to make atonement for our iniquities and sins. So when Yom Kippur come around, which is the Day of Atonement, there's no guarantee that those past sins are gone, because we're not going through the ordinance, the procedure of to relinquish and get rid of sin. You have to get rid of it yourself by not sinning presumptuously. We need the high priest to make atonement for our iniquities, because the high priest confesses the sins of the nation upon the head of the scapegoat. When we don't have that process being done, it's not happening. You got to get rid of it by not sinning presumptuously. Don't revert back to your past. Don't repeat it.
That should be remembered.
Tom Sheep.
And Samuel
honoring your father makes atonement for iniquities. Honoring your father makes atonement for iniquities. Honoring your mother, you say you store a treasure. Arms. That's right. Tom Sheep.
And Samuel lay until the morning and opened the doors of the house of the Lord.
Samuel lay till the morning and opened the doors of the house of God. Read.
And Samuel feared to show Eli the vision.
Why he was scared to show Eli the vision? Because of the amount of respect and honor he had for him. This is like a rebuke, and he honored and respected him. So he basically didn't fear. He was afraid to tell him what God came to him and told him. Tom C.
Then Eli called Samuel and said, Samuel, my son. And he answered, Here am I. And he said, What is the thing that the Lord has said unto thee? I pray thee, hide it not from me. God do so to thee and more also, if thou hide anything from me of all the things that he said unto thee. And Samuel told him every whit, and hid nothing from him.
And hid nothing from him. Tom C.
And he said, It is the Lord. Let him do what seemeth him good.
He said, let him do what seemeth it good. That's called acceptance. Which means I am accepting the chastisement of God. I will not get angry at the chastisement of God, because I recognize that this chastisement is coming from my shortcomings before God. Tom C.
And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and did let none of his words fall to the
Fall
ground.
to the ground. Tom sheet.
And all Israel from Dan even to Beersheba knew that Samuel was established to be a prophet of the Lord.
Tom sheet.
And the Lord appeared again in Shiloh. For the Lord revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh by the word of the Lord.
Now Shiloh was the first place where God's name was established at. And God destroyed Shiloh. He destroyed that place all because of the violations of those two guys, Cockney and Phinehas. Tom sheet. You see what God did to the place where his name was called at from the first?
Yep.
Huh? All because of the violation of these two guys. Read.
And the Lord appeared again in Shiloh, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh by the word of the Lord.
Tom sheet.
And the word of Samuel came to all Israel.
Uh-huh.
Now Israel went out against the Philistines to battle and pitched beside Ebenezer.
Uh-huh.
And the Philistines pitched in Aphek. And the Philistines put themselves in array against Israel. And when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistines.
Mm-hmm.
And they slew of the army in the field about 4,000.
So now
men.
we at war with the Philistines now. Right? The nation of Israel is at war with these Philistines. Go ahead and read.
And when the people were come into the camp, the elders of Israel said, wherefore had the Lord smitten us today before the Philistines?
He said, why did God smite us before the Philistines? They don't look, it ain't supposed to happen. Once you have God with you, we don't lose. But they don't realize that the reason why we are losing, the reason why we are getting smitten is because of the sins of the priests. The priests had violated and neglected the offerings of God. So because they have violated and neglected the offering of God, the Creator has caused them to be smitten. To be smitten before the Philistines. Tom sheet.
And the Lamb of God went out in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of El was, and Shemuel was laid down to sleep. And Elohim called Shemuel, and he answered, here am I.
No, you got the wrong chapter, brother. Chapter 4. And when the people were coming to the camp, the elders of Israel said, wherefore had the Lord smitten us today before the Philistines? Let us fetch the ark of the Lord of the covenant, ark of the covenant of God, out of Shiloh unto us, that when it cometh among us, it may save us of the hand of our enemies. The people put their trust in the ark instead of trusting in God. They trusted in the ark before trusting in God. Go ahead.
So the people sent unto Shiloh, that they might bring from thence the ark of the covenant of Elohim, Elohos, which dwelleth between the cherubim.
Uh-huh.
The two sons of Eli, Hophni,
He said, so the people sent to Shiloh that they might bring forth thence the ark of the covenant of God, which dwelleth between the cherubims. So the ark of the covenant of God was between the cherubims. The cherubims are two angels that's prostrated, facing towards that mercy seat.
That's right.
Okay, Tom sheet.
And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Pinchas, were there with the ark of the covenant of El.
Uh-huh.
When the ark of the covenant of El came into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang again.
Uh-huh. When the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, what meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of the Lord was coming to the camp. And the Philistines were afraid.
For they said, El is coming to the camp.
Uh-huh.
And they said, woe unto us, for there has not been such a thing heretofore. Woe unto us, who shall deliver us out of the hand of
Okay,
these
let's
mighty
cut
gods?
that. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 15. Leviticus chapter 15. It said, the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when any man had a running issue. What is a running issue? The Hebrew word for running issue is zab. A zab is things that causes you to leak from your private part. Okay, that's a running issue.
Mhm.
The Hebrew word for Zab, the definition of Zab is STD, which is what causes you to leak. It's like gonorrhea, syphilis, venereal diseases, right? So it says in the law, any man that had a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue, he is unclean. So if I end up catching a running issue in my genitals, those are the things that cause me to be unclean before God.
That's
Right? I become unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue.
Whether his flesh runs,
Whether his flesh runs with his issue,
or his flesh be stopped.
because sometimes the flesh runs with the issue, and then sometimes it may stop. Whether it runs or whether it stops, you're unclean. Tamshi.
It is his uncleanness.
Uh-huh.
Every bed whereon he lieth,
Every bed whereon he lieth that had the issue is unclean.
and everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean.
Mhm.
And whosoever toucheth his bed shall
And
wash his
everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean.
Mhm.
Okay? So whatever you lie on
Right.
and whatever you sit,
Right.
you're unclean.
That's right.
This is talking about the men with the issue,
That's right.
right? Whereon he sitteth shall be unclean.
5.
And whosoever toucheth his bed.
shall wash his
So
clothes.
now I have to be careful with what I touch. If I go and I touch the bed that is unclean, I become unclean. Now I have to wash my clothes and bathe myself in water and be unclean until the even. Right? And he that sitteth on anything whereon he sat that had the issue shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the even. So now we got to be careful with what we sit on and what we lie on while we are unclean.
Mhm.
Right? And it's talking about an issue of where a man is where a man is unclean. Okay, Tom She.
And he that toucheth the flesh of him that had the issue shall wash his clothes.
He that toucheth the flesh of him that had the issue shall wash his clothes. If I touch your flesh and you have an issue, you're unclean, I have to wash my clothes. Read.
And bathe himself
And
in
I have to
water.
wash in water.
And be unclean until
And
the
then
evening.
I will be unclean until the evening. Tom
And
She.
if he that had the issue spit upon
If
him,
I have
that
an
is
issue,
clean.
a STD, which causes me to leak in my genitals,
Mhm.
while I'm talking, I spit upon you.
Mhm.
You are unclean. Tom She. You know how people talk where spit comes out of their mouth,
Right.
right? Go ahead.
Then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening.
Then he shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. Tom She.
And what saddle soever he rideth upon that had the issue shall be unclean.
Tom She.
And whosoever toucheth anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he that beareth any of those things
And he that beareth any one of those things
shall wash his clothes
shall wash his clothes
and bathe himself in water
and bathe himself in water
and be unclean until the evening.
and be unclean until the evening. Tom She.
And whomsoever he toucheth that had the issue
Whosoever he toucheth that had the issue
and had not rinsed his hands in
and
water,
had not rinsed his hands in water. So now I have an issue, but I didn't wash my hands. Read.
he shall wash his clothes and
Uh-huh.
bathe himself in
So
water.
before I touch you, and if I have an issue and I touch you, I have to wash my hands first before I touch you. Why? I don't know. That's what God said. See, most of us are concerned with why and want explanations that God did not have explanations for. This is what should get us caught up, because it's called what? Blind allegiance. You know who had that? Abraham. Father Abraham had blind allegiance. Abraham was able to receive commandments and instructions from God without God having to explain to him. He just said, thou shalt not. You can't question God. And everything don't have an explanation. God explained whatever he decided to explain, and whatever God didn't explain, we just got to do it.
That's right.
You just got to do it. God know why. Tom She.
And the vessel of earth that he toucheth with had the issue shall be broken.
The vessel of earth is clay. This is why when you buy dishes that is made from porcelain or clay, ceramics, according to the law, you got to break it. because you don't know who touched it or came in contact with the vessels, with those type of vessels. Tom, see?
And every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water.
The vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water.
And when he that hath an issue was cleansed of his issue,
when he that had the issue is cleansed of his issue,
then he shall number to himself 7 days.
Now I got to number to myself 7 days.
For his cleansing.
For his cleansing.
And wash his clothes.
And wash his clothes.
And bathe his flesh in running water.
Bathe his flesh in running water.
And shall be clean.
And shall be clean.
And on the 8th day, he shall take to him 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before the Lord unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and give them unto the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, the other for a burnt offering.
The other for a burnt offering.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him before the Lord for his issue. And if any man see the copulation,
now these are different uncleannesses. He said, and if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, the seed of copulation is the seed of life. Okay? When that leaves a man, Tom Sheets,
then he shall wash all his flesh in water.
Which means after I'm done cohabitating with my woman, or if I had a nocturnal emission from the seed leaving me, I have to go wash. I become unclean. Tom Sheet, I gotta go wash.
Be unclean until the evening.
And be unclean until the evening. Tom Sheet.
Every garment, every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the evening.
When the seed of copulation touch a garment, touch your clothes, touch your sheets, your job, according to the standards that God has set, is to grab those sheets, grab whatever that seed of copulation has touched, and it must go wash. The sun cannot go down without me washing those clothes. The sun cannot go down without me washing those sheets. Because if the sun sets before I'm able to wash those sheets and those clothes, that the seed of copulation touch, then guess what happens? That is iniquity imputed upon me. It affects your spirit. This is what caused the blemish and the opening of your spirit, which allows iniquity to come to your mind, which allows false things and evil things to come to your mind that is contrary towards what God says. Tom Sheep.
The woman also, with whom man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water.
Bathe themselves in water.
And be unclean until
and be unclean even. So the woman, she got to go wash too. Tom Sheep.
And if a woman have an issue and her issue in her flesh be blood.
And if a woman have an issue and the issue in her flesh be blood, that is the woman on her menstruation. Okay? Read.
She shall be put apart 7 days.
She shall be set apart 7 days.
And whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything that
so
she
now when a woman is on her menstruation, if I come in skin contact with her, I'm just unclean until the evening. I don't have to wash my flesh and I don't have to wash my clothes. Why? That's what God said. There's no explanation. Go ahead.
And whosoever toucheth her shall be unclean until the evening, and everything that she lieth upon,
on her separation
shall be unclean.
Shall be unclean.
Everything also that she sitteth
Everything
upon,
also that she sits upon
shall be unclean.
Shall be unclean.
And whosoever toucheth her bed,
and whosoever toucheth her bed,
shall wash his clothes.
Shall wash his clothes.
Bathe himself in water.
Bathe himself in water.
And be unclean until the evening.
And be unclean until the evening.
And whosoever toucheth anything that she sat upon,
and whosoever toucheth anything that she sat upon, shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. So when a woman has sat on a chair in her menstruation and made the chair unclean, and you touch that chair, you become unclean. Tom Sheep.
And if it be on her bed.
And if what be on her bed? The menstruation, the blood, right? Or on anything whereon she sitting.
When he toucheth it,
he
shall be unclean.
He shall be unclean until the evening.
And if any man
which means if you happen to come in contact with the blood, you're just unclean until the evening. You don't have to wash your clothes. You don't have to bathe your flesh.
And if any man lie with her at all, and her flowers be upon him.
Now this is different now. If you happen to have cohabitation with the woman and the blood, the menstruation happens to come down while you're cohabitating with your woman. Read.
He shall be unclean
He shall be unclean 7 days.
and all the bed whereon he lieth
Everything
shall
that
be
you
unclean.
lie upon shall be unclean.
And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation,
So,
or if it run beyond the time of her
So
separation.
now, many days above her separation. The normal cycle of a menstruation is 7 days. But when you continue to bleed past 7 days, okay, that's called many days, right? Out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean. So now the normal cycle for menstruation is 7 days. If you bleed 5 days, you got 2 more days. You bleed 4 days, you got 3 more days. You bleed 2 days, you got 5 more days. Now if I bleed 4 days and stop, I have 3 days, and I end up dropping or bleeding again on the 6th day, I gotta stop counting. Stop counting and wait until the blood of your menstruation stops, and then count 7 days over again. Okay, time sheet.
Every bed whereon she lieth,
Every bed whereon she
all the
lieth,
days of her issue,
of the days of her
shall
issue,
be unto her as the bed of her separation.
shall be unto her as the bed of her separation. There is nowhere in the book that states when that bed or that chair that she sits upon becomes clean. There's nowhere in the book that says it. It's to her separation. So when the woman is unclean, when the man is unclean from his issue, we have to be circumspect of where we sit, where we lie at. Okay? That's why we had separation. Things were separated. Tom sheet.
And whatsoever she sitteth upon shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation.
Cleanness of her separation.
And
Whoso toucheth those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, bathe himself in water, and be unclean unto the even. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day, so now it don't say sit. If a woman sit in the chair, she done made it unclean. But if I sit on it, I don't become unclean.
That's right.
Nowhere in the book said that. It only goes according to what you touch.
That's right.
And with that, I've already got what was bought, and I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom. And I'm gonna call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail Ben Lev.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside him. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry ceased, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying, I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
keep it holy, keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
But 7 days is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
May be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom Aleichem.
We're going to move straight ahead to Deuteronomy chapter 4.
Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now therefore, hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and unto the judgments which I teach you, for to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord thy
The
God.
only way you're able to go in this land and live and possess this land and stay in there, you have to hearken unto God's commandments, his statutes, and his laws. They must be kept. In order for you, you're going to go in the land, but for you to keep that land, for you to maintain, for you to stay there, you have to abide by the rules that God has given to them. That's the whole deal. This is the covenant. This is the deal that God made. Okay? This is the promise that God made to Abraham. God said, because of how you dealt with my commandments, because of how you followed every word that I gave you with no question, with no problem, he said, guess what? I'm going to do the same thing for your seed. This land that you're walking around on, where you are a stranger and you are being treated bad. Yeah, Abraham was being treated bad by these people. Only a group of people, not all the Hittites, a group of Hittites said, you a prince among us. Don't worry, no, you ain't got to worry about that. We look up to you. We honor and respect you. But then when he went to this town, they snatched this woman. They snatched this Isha. See, this is why the Most High put laws for the stranger,
That's right.
because Abraham was a stranger in the land where he was walking.
That's
They
right.
didn't know him.
Right.
He was different. He stuck out. Okay, he didn't live like those people. When you're not the same as everybody else, you're going to automatically stick out.
Mhm.
Okay? And the Most High established certain rules for the stranger later on, because we have a tendency to treat people who are not family, who are not part of the group, who are not part of this, who are not a regular. Okay? We tend to treat new people, they call them like the police, they call them rookies. And they put the new people through trouble.
Okay.
That discourages the person. Their treatment is all important. Okay? Very
That's
important to God. All right? So you can't just deal with anybody anyhow because, oh, well, man, they're not part of this. They're just passing through. Passing
That's
through,
right.
that's the stranger, that's the sojourner. Sometimes the stranger is passing through, he's not going to stay here. But he's passing through. We have to treat the stranger welcome.
That's right.
The stranger could be the same color as you. Don't have to be somebody who looks different.
That's right.
Okay? Township.
Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you.
The commandments are to be left plain and simple. This is where we mess up at. This is where most Israelites mess up at. We're not satisfied with what we read.
That's right.
We want more or less.
That's right.
That means we have not accepted what we read. Okay? Abraham believed everything that God told him. Abraham didn't have to read a book. God dealt with him one-on-one. There was only one person to teach in the world. He dealt with him one-on-one. And he did everything that God commanded him with no problem.
That's right.
Now God has left these commandments in the book for us to follow. The same way Abraham followed these laws orally, face to face, we're supposed to follow these words the same way and not add on to them.
And not add on.
When you add on, you put more on what God said.
That's right.
Okay? God said, don't add nothing to what I say. Don't make more or less of it. That keeps you focused on his laws. Okay? He said, neither shall ye diminish. Diminish means to take away, to subtract. He said, don't diminish from it.
That's right.
So if there's something, when we read, and I quote something, or I celebrate something, or involved with anything that's not in the law, I'm doing both.
Yeah.
I don't add it and took away.
Yeah.
I'm perverting the law. I'm altering the law. I'm changing the law. Okay? This is the problem. This is why the children of Israel got kicked out. They added to it. Then they diminished thought from it. And you know what's the end result of doing that? You're not doing this no more.
That's right.
The end result is not living this no more. Because
Right.
the law is complete. And I took away. And I added on. What did I add on? My own ways, which are the ways of the world.
Your own idea.
My own ideas, my own heart
Right.
lust, the way I think it is, the way I see it. I really don't agree with. I don't agree with this part here. It doesn't make sense to me, and it's not supposed to make sense to you. The first order of following a commandment is following the commandment. Most commandments, you get it later. In doing it, in performing the acts, this is how you understand God and his commandments. Okay? Time sheet.
That ye may keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal
Now the
Peor.
Most High is speaking directly to the children of Israel that's in the wilderness. This is who he's speaking to. He said, you guys saw, all of you that are here saw what happened to the people who joined themselves to Baal Peor. Baal Peor, okay, is the main idol, the master idol, the chief idol of Mesopotamia, of an area called Peor that's in Mesopotamia. Okay, it's also the region where Balaam is from. We know about Balaam from Numbers. Remember him? The warlock who was hired to curse Israel. He's from this area. All right? Tell sheep.
For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God had destroyed them.
He said, everybody who joined, remember we said, and Israel joined themselves to Baal Peor. You remember what they did? See, it explains how they joined themselves. It will explain how you can easily join yourself to an idol. All you got to do is stop this and start a new routine. Start something that's not in here. Start something, start doing and following things. Is whatever you start doing, it's been done already. Whatever you think you came up with, somebody else already don't get that. So you're really following. So the end result of doing these things is you wind up dropping God and his commandments, but you still call upon his name. I know people who left this way of life, and they still say the Most High know what's in my heart. But you went back to your former life. That is what happens when you add and you diminish. God turns your brains into what we call meshuggah. That's in Deuteronomy 28. Where it have you thinking you're doing the right thing, but you're not. Time sheet. That's right.
But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
He said, all of you that stuck to God, and how you stick to God, where you stick to his commandments. That's right. That's how you stick to God. He said, all of you that stuck to me, that's why you're still alive. That's why this didn't happen to you. That's why that didn't happen to you. Because God was killing these people off. They were close to God. The closer you get to God, the severe, the quicker and the severe the punishment. Right. Okay? And these people were close. And God wasn't going to bring them into the land with the mindset that they had. They had the mindset of Egypt. In Leviticus 18, God had to tell them the ordinances of the Canaanites. Right. He said, where I got you from, which is Egypt, he said, all their ordinances that you learned in Egypt, everything that you learned before you met God, you have to drop. He said, and then now, where I'm taking you, there's some people named Canaanites there. He said, you can't follow them either. That's right. See, I'm going to give you my ordinances and my laws, and you are going to do my doings. That's what God told him at the beginning of Leviticus 18.
So we can't follow America.
So we can't follow, definitely can't follow over here, because that was established from the ancient times. So all the nations that we had, the newly came up nations, we can't follow them either. Because their ways is of old pagan customs from back then. If you research and do real deep study research of the origin, okay, the origin of every religion, the origin of days that people celebrate. Don't you notice? In this world, people hate each other for whatever reason, but they celebrate the same days. Just think about that. Just think about that.
All religions.
I hate you because you're this, you hate me because of that. But certain days come up, they celebrate.
That's right.
That makes them all the same. Watch your celebrations. That's all I'm gonna say. But you know, Israel likes to hang on to their to their idols and their ideas that are not godly. And that's our stubbornness. We talk about stubbornness. We talk about pride. That's the things that's not allowing you to let go of what God hates. Time sheet.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me that ye should do so in the land whither you go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them.
This is their teacher. This is our teacher too. Moses is our teacher too. He's our teacher too. God commanded Moses. God showed Moses everything so that he could teach the people. He showed Moses everything. He didn't show everybody. He showed these guys. Right. But then how many times they tried to kill him? But they didn't like what he was saying. They disagreed. But look, it came from God. The commandment came from the Most High. They take it out on you if you represent him. If you stand on pick a side, on God's side, Now they're going to hate you too.
That's right. The messenger.
That's what the wicked does.
That's right.
Okay? Expect that sometimes.
That's right.
Expect it. Expect a negative reaction when you say, thus saith the Lord.
That's right.
Not everybody God has opened his eyes to in order to see this. Certain people are going to die
That's right.
without their eyes being open.
That's right.
Don't let that get to you. Move on. Our job is not to teach the world. Every man is designed and commanded to teach his household.
Uh-oh. Ain't nothing.
That's what you should worry about.
Okay. Right.
Everybody in the household.
That's right. That's who was commanded to teach.
You're commanded to teach that,
Teach.
not the world.
Teach.
God's going to take care of the world.
Teach.
Okay?
Yeah.
Tell you.
Yeah.
Keep therefore and do them. For this is your wisdom and your understanding.
Keep these laws and do them. You keep them when you're doing them. Now, you start changing your character. You start getting rid of pride. You start treating people better. You start doing all these things better when you perform the commandments of God first. First, the commandments must be done. Okay? That goes first. You don't start changing your ways first. You start changing your living style, your lifestyle, your mannerism with these laws. And in doing so, you will learn that certain ways about us or me or you that we have in us is not correct before God. Okay? And the performance of the commandments of God, it brings wisdom.
That's right.
That's why you got to do them first.
That's right.
Then the wisdom going to tell you this is not a way that when you read, you're going to say, hey, wisdom will tell you this is not good and I got this in my heart. That's when you start to recognize your ways.
That's right.
You have to perform the commandments first. Stop adding on. Stop taking away. We have a problem with following orders.
That's right.
Paint the whole house blue. You know what I did? I painted it blue with a little bit of green in it. I added on. I added the green on. You understand how this goes? You can't put your touch to the law. You can't twist it. Okay? God does not need you to fine-tune the law.
That's right. Modify it.
You can't modify it.
Evolve it.
You can't evolve it, and you can't make it adapt to the modern generation of today.
Teach.
We have to leave it the way it is.
That's right.
This is designed for you to adapt to this in all generations, in any era. Tom sheet.
But this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
Now, that's not going to happen now. This happens when we get in the land. That happened already. The Queen of Sheba came to check out Solomon to see if he was as wise as everybody else. Everybody says he was wise. She came to see. This is what God was talking about. This happened already. They're going to say, surely this nation is a wise nation. It happened already. It's not happening no more. We're not a nation where individuals and families that are split and that don't agree all on the laws. That's what we are today. Okay? To get back to being a nation, we all have to be agreed to one law. Everybody should be doing all these commandments the same way.
That's right.
Okay? We all eat the same way, dress the same way,
Celebrate.
think the same way, and celebrate the same things.
That's right.
But it is not so. Tom sheet.
For what nation is there so great, who had God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God is in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law, which I set before you this day? Only take heed to thyself.
The only problem is me. The only problem is you, yourself. That's the problem. You stop yourself from serving God. There's something that you have in you that stops you from hearkening and serving God. There's something that's in you that you were born with that is opposing you. Okay? And you need to strengthen and fortify yourself with this. It said, only take heed to thyself. The most attention you put on is on yourself. The person I get on the most is myself.
That's right.
The person I point the finger at the most is myself. Okay? He said, and keep thy soul diligent. You keep your soul disciplined and stay in your routine. Don't break your routine. The things that you do in serving God. Don't break that. Don't allow people to come and break that. Because it's people that come and allow you to break. Okay? When you're by yourself, you do better before God. Yeah. Yeah. There's nobody to follow, nobody to lead you, nobody to put different thoughts in your head, nobody to contend with. You got to be with somebody that's on the same page as you.
That's right.
All right? Time sheet.
That's right.
And keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, unless they depart from thy heart.
It's that quick for you to so-called forget. That's why it's wicked to forget God's commandments. It's very quick. I said, Moses, get up quickly. Go down there. They have reared up a God. That quick. That soon. All right? They couldn't wait. Their patience was tested. All right? And they went back to what they knew best, which was before God. They went and made a calf. Something that they learned in the former life. They carried it over with them. Okay? And tried to fit it in. And that's added on. Okay? Time sheet.
But teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons, especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God.
That was a special day. See, that day set off a chain of events. All right? It's especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb. Horeb is another word for Sinai. It's the same mountain.
That's right.
Okay? Mount Sinai. The day that all the children of Israel stood before that mountain was on fire and skipping and hopping. God brought them before that, and Moses said, fear not. God has come to what? Prove you. I'm testing you with this situation here. Okay? That my fear be before your faces, that ye sin not. That way, when this fire is gone and you on your own regular life, you will remember this impact will keep the fear in you and will keep you from sinning.
That's right.
That's why you ain't supposed to forget.
That's right.
That's Moses was explaining to the people what God was doing, but they weren't listening.
So before we listen, we gotta get fear first.
You got to get the fear first. That's why you see all of this is going on. That's why you're scared. That's why you only want Moses to go and speak to God.
That's right.
Okay? Because now you know, wait. It's something in that cloud that lives.
Yeah.
And it's running got everything in here animated. I'm scared. And then later on, God told him, he said, I spoke to you out of fire. You ain't seen no shape.
You ain't see no shape
Form, similitude, no detail. But you heard a voice. Tell shit.
When the Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth.
This was supposed to be, all right. You was in Egypt all your life, bowing down to the idols of Egypt. Ain't none of them talked to you. None of them had life. Okay? You all made fires. We ain't never heard a voice come out of a fire before. These things were supposed to impress these people and put a lasting impression on them. Okay? But when they did what they did at the foot of Mount Sinai, they put a big block in their spirit. They put a big gap. God said, okay, now that y'all did that, I'm going to send my angel to hold y'all down. I'm going to back up off you a little. Okay? Because he's a holy God. And you guys are geared towards unholy things. And that's why every time the plague came up, something had to be done to stop the plague.
Right.
Because if Aaron didn't stop the plague was going to wipe them all out. Because it was one man. Okay? Tom sheet. I ain't going to shut you down.
All the days that they shall live upon the earth, and that they may teach their children. And ye came there and stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire.
God spoke to you personally. This was the one time I wasn't in the conversation. You guys came, you seen the mountain on fire, you heard God's voice coming out the fire. You saw this yourself. You witnessed this yourself. Okay? He said, ye heard the voice of the words, but what? But saw no what?
No similitude.
No similitude. You didn't see nothing. So you shouldn't be making anything to bow down to.
That's right.
A lot of people say, hey, man, I don't know about that. The God of the Israelites, they got a mysterious God. We don't know what he looked like. That could be anybody. Look, man, this ain't Wizard of Oz, man.
Teach.
This is not Wizard of Oz.
Teach.
Okay? It's the true and living God. He's the creator of all life. He's the creator of everybody. Okay? And he is so holy, okay, that he cannot have when you getting close, anything close to God has to be holy.
He told Moses.
He said, holy beings praise thee daily.
He said, take your shoes off, man.
All those angels that's up there are holy.
Take your shoes off.
Take your shoes off and wear your skin. Holy ground. Because God was there. And he placed that God appeared, that the area become holy because of God. God affects things. All right? His presence makes inanimate objects, what I would say, the chair grow kneecaps. They start bowing, bow down and back up. The water saw thee and was afraid. The walls back down. He said the hills praise God. He said, but only you didn't see a similitude. You heard a voice. You can't make an idol out of a voice. See, God knows what he was doing. When you hear the voice, you know that's real. You know someone is in there. You just can't see him because if you see God, you die. He said, I spoke to Moses face to face. Yeah, he spoke to him face to face. Moses just couldn't see him. But he was right there. He was right there in the thick darkness where God was. That's the same reason why the priest has to make a smoke before he go into the Holy of Holies. Because God is in there. Anytime God will be in there. Mercies. Time sheet.
And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments, and he wrote them upon 2 tables of stone.
2 tables of stone look like this. This is where this is designed from. There's five commandments here, 5 commandments here. Moses came down with the tablets in his hand like this. Heavy stones. Inscribed by the finger of God. God wrote those, the first 2, God wrote those personally. Time sheet.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 14. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that ye might do them in the land whether you go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed.
This is the plan. God told me and taught me things to teach you so that when you get in the land, you can possess it. You can keep the possession. You can keep the land. You can keep your generations going. You can have kings coming out. Okay? This is, as long as you do these commandments, you will be established here, Babel. That was the plan. Time sheet.
Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves.
So please watch yourself.
Okay.
So please be careful of your tongue. Watch what come out your mouth. Please be careful of your emotions and your feelings towards the things that pleases God.
Okay.
Please watch your feelings with that.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Because you can show discontent, but I can't see it. because it's in your heart, but God sees it.
Okay.
Township.
For you saw no manner of similitude on the day that the Lord spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire.
You keep saying that over and over. No, because you only heard a voice. Remember, you only heard a voice. You know why? You have no excuse messing with idols.
Teach.
You have no excuse making graven images.
Teach.
All right? Township.
Join the man with drink.
Lest ye corrupt yourselves
Because you're going to corrupt yourselves. How do you corrupt yourselves?
and make you a graven image.
You made the graven image. Now. Back then, everybody makes their own idols. There's no stores. You make your own idols. It's called it's called household gods. It started in Babylon and in Egypt.
Okay.
Every household made their own idols. Your idols in your household come from the people in your family that died. Okay?
That's right.
And in honoring, this is how they honored the people who died in their family. And this is how they made them gods and idols. They make images of them and they put it on their skin. Today we call them tattoos. They make images of them and put it on the walls.
Okay.
Temuna, portraits, posters, pictures. So statues, a bust is a statue that only from the head to the chest area. Okay? Then you have tombstones, which are matzebahs. All right? You mark the grave, but not with a tombstone. Here lies such and such, born this day, died this. That is a worship of a person that died. That's a pillar for the day. God says you cannot do these things. Okay? It's worship. It's a religion. Worship of the dead is a religion. We mourn on people different. Township.
The image of a graven image is similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female.
The shape, similitude, size, order, detail of any figure. First, the likeness of a male or female. So that scratches out all those religions we hear about and all them deities. And the guy that's on that cross knocks all of that out. You got big, giant, fat gut gods. There's a lot of them. There's millions of them. That cancels out all of them. Okay, male or female. Then you got some of them that you got female idols with 8 arms and an elephant nose. Then you got the Sphinx over in Egypt, head of a woman, body of a lion, with wings like a falcon. All these things are demonic idols, man. Okay? Township.
The likeness of any beast that is on the
The
earth.
likeness of any beast that's on the earth. Egypt worshipped the cats and dogs. Okay? And how they worship them, they cut and shape their eyebrows. You can't mess with your eyebrows.
Can't cut them off.
You can't cut them off and draw them on. Then when you shave everything off, put a wig on. You got real nails, you take them off and put fake nails on. This is what Egypt did. This is how they dressed. This was their thing. Okay? We cannot follow these customs because everything they did is worship to their God.
That's right.
Everything. Township.
The likeness of any winged fowl that fly in the air. The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground. The likeness of any fish that is in the waters
Now,
beneath the
a
earth.
likeness could be a statue.
Right.
A likeness could be a picture,
A drawing,
a drawing,
a portrait.
and a symbol. You gotta leave symbols alone. Stars, suns, moons, crescents. The Egyptians' language, when they wrote, was hieroglyphics, right?
Right.
You know what that means? Images. They wrote and expressed themselves in images. Okay? Our language is not so. We didn't have the representation of this idol, which is a shape. Pick any shape. They all represent idols. Okay? This is why we are plain people. This is why our clothes are plain. We don't wear triangles, circles with a circle, or a circle with a dot. And all these things, when you look it up, go on Google, look it up. Look it up. We got AI today. We got a lot of smart people. Everybody, look it up. And don't deny what you run into. There's certain things we can't even eat because it got symbols on it.
Teach.
Right or wrong?
Teach. That's right.
You can't eat Oreos.
That's right.
You can't eat croissants. The croissant is made
After the moon.
after the worship of the crescent moon.
That's right. All right. Teach.
It said they baked cakes to the Queen of Heaven. What you think that was? The Queen of Heaven is moon worshipers. The Queen of Heaven they refer to is the moon. They call the moon the Queen of Heaven. And to represent the moon, okay, on your birthday, the birthday candle is round and lit up and illuminated. That is to represent the moon. Gotta leave these days alone. Gotta leave these days alone. All symbols represent a deity, an idol.
That's right.
So we gotta watch shapes and all of these things.
That's right.
We don't wear logos.
That's
You know what our sign is? Today.
Shabbat.
You live your sign.
See, it's a sign between
Me and B. That means people gonna say, hey, how come I never see you on Saturday? Hey, the party is Friday night, but you never gonna come? No, that's the sign
That's right.
to the people who don't know.
That's right.
We live our sign. Okay? Sound sheet.
19. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest
Now, you can't have no likeness, which is it covers symbols, pictures, statues, or a bust, all right, of anything, of any male or female, of any beast on the earth, of any winged fowl, of anything that creepeth on the ground, of any fish that is in the waters. Now you don't have that. You don't have none of these things. I don't have none of that in my house. I don't have no pictures. I don't have none of this in the house. Now we're gonna go to another one. Tom sheet.
unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven.
And now you lift up your eyes to heaven. You don't have none of these. You don't have pictures in your house, but you look up in the sky and do what?
Thou seest the sun.
You look at the sun, and when you see the sun,
the moon,
when you see the moon,
and the stars.
when you see the star, when you look up in the host of heaven and you see something up there and inspires you to make a prayer, don't do that.
That's right.
Because it said, and be what? Driven to what?
All the hosts of heaven.
To
Should be driven.
should
to
it be
worship
driven to worship and serve them. Leave the eclipse alone. Leave all that stuff alone.
Sunbeam.
Okay? Can't do none of that. All of those yoga comes from that. Yoga is not an exercise. People say it's exercise. It's a ritual. A sun worship ritual.
That's right.
And the positions are the positions of constellations.
That's right.
All right? And positions of other things
That's right.
that is wicked. And that's where it comes from. Okay? Tom shit.
And the
Unless-
19, which
Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, should it be driven to worship him.
You see that word? It should be driven. Something in you.
Urge.
You have a urge. You have a strong feeling. I need to do something with this phenomenon that's going on in the sky. No.
Teach.
Leave that alone. You don't have to say nothing. That's just the action that God got going on in the sky. A lot of it is the foretelling of what is to happen in the future.
Let's get some eclipse glasses.
Yeah. Don't leave that alone, man. Leave that in. Eclipse is not for us. Don't you see it's dangerous looking at that thing? It's dangerous. Serving God and anything that has to do with serving God is not dangerous.
Teach.
Okay? You keep looking at that stuff, you're gonna get cancer in your eyes.
That's why you need glasses.
You're looking at it. What else is there? All right, one is blocking the other. That's it. What is the big thing about that?
Sun worship.
And I heard Israelites say, hey, but you know, the Most High create. Listen, let me tell you something right now. You're having.
That's right.
You only commemorate and honor what God tell you in this book.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
This scenery
right.
is beautiful. Let it stay beautiful. Leave it alone. God created it. God knows it's beautiful. You don't have to say no prayer. You don't have to do a ritual.
That's right.
Okay? When these things go down.
Right.
Our forefathers didn't do that. Matter of fact, Joshua stopped the sun and the moon. He ordered the moon and the sun to stop so he can keep battling these people before the sun went down.
Right.
That stuff serves us. It's here to give us the time. All right? It's here to let us know when it's daytime. It's here to serve us, not the other way around. God gave us everything here, the dominion of everything, and everything we have dominion over, we serve as God. Ain't that backwards? Most backwards. Time sheet.
And serve them, which the Lord thy God has divided unto all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord had taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace.
Everybody, I chose you.
I chose you.
You should be honored. You should be acting like it's a privilege. I should be seeing you do something appreciated amongst God. But no, we're not. We're hard people, man. God said, man, you guys got a hard heart. Y'all got a heart in stone. We so hard. We're hard on each other.
Yeah.
God said that because he see how we deal with each other.
That's
right. You have a little patience with each other.
That's right.
Sometimes exercise patience
That's right.
so we can get on the same page.
That's right. That's right. That's right,
Time
brother.
sheet.
Deuteronomy chapter 4,
Mhm.
middle of 20. Even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day.
Mhm.
Verse 21.
Uh-huh.
Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swear that I should not go over Jordan.
now, after we get that out the way, it said, now, you know, God is mad with me because of you. That's what Moses said. God, you guys, you know, a person can only take us so much.
Mhm.
And you keep going like this to the man, and you keep going like this to the man, you're gonna get a reaction.
That's
Not all the
right.
time. That reaction puts him out of bounds with God now.
That's right. That's right.
So I do not fret myself over evildoers.
That's right.
You want to bow down to idols? Go ahead. I can't stop you. I can tell you.
Right.
Now, if I see somebody come and tell you and get violent, you won't have to worry about me saying nothing.
That's
Because
right.
you're a scorner.
That's right.
That's a scorner. When you can't talk to the person.
That's right.
When something breaks out. When there's a whole bunch of hate and animosity. You know what? I'm not saying nothing.
That's
Because
right.
I know the outcome of what's going to happen if I say something.
Get that nigga blocked.
Okay? I'm going to get shot down. Every time, look, my whole life going to get shot down now.
That's right.
It's going to be a campaign against me. Why? Because I did not follow God's commandments. Leave that scorner alone. I concede. He's not listening to nobody. He don't listen to who he's supposed to listen to. Don't listen to
That's
me.
right.
You don't listen to God.
That's right.
You don't listen to your mother. You don't listen to your father.
That's right.
You don't listen to your husband. You don't even give your wife an ear. She's trying to tell you something. She saw something you didn't see. She's trying to tell you. But I'm so arrogant, I don't want to hear nothing from you right now. We got to stop being this way with each other.
Teach, teach.
I love you. You love me. Soft shoulder, man.
Yeah.
No hard shoulders.
Talk about it.
No ram's horns.
No way.
Slow, easy. That's what love is supposed to be. Tranquilo.
Yeah.
Not giving ourselves a chance to show God what we really have in us. But wickedness. He's showing we ain't got no love in us. No long suffering, no mercy. No dedicated desire to serve God. But we like this. Now, everybody's pointing the finger. But this guy don't do, this guy do. This guy don't do, this guy do. But that's not an excuse for everybody to keep doing what they not supposed to be doing before God. It's not an excuse to keep going on. Oh, because he's sinning. But when you come telling me, both of you are wrong.
That's right.
Both parties are wrong. I'm so wicked now that I'm using your faults and your sins justification for me to keep going. In other words, don't come tell me nothing because they doing that over there and he's doing this here. We got to stop that too.
That's right.
Yeah.
Talk about
Somebody got to give in. And then when somebody gives in, I have to notice. When you giving me the soft shoulder, I have to notice that. Everybody else see it except me. That's our problem. That's why we can't get along.
Teach.
That's why we can't serve God together.
Okay. That's right.
Ain't that something? Ain't that something? And when God said that unity is the most beautiful thing he's seen among brethren.
That's right.
He says they compared it
To the
to the ointment, which is the olive oil. That's all it is. That ran down his beard. Okay? That's what the high priest was consecrated with, and that's what the king is anointed with.
That's right. Not spit.
Okay?
Not saliva.
No. None of this. No putting markings on you. All those things are ritual. Yeah. What we do are not rituals. They're holy offerings. Holy offerings to God. They're not rituals. Okay? Outside of the Levitical priestly duties, they're rituals.
Yeah.
Anything else beside the offerings of the Most High God, those are rituals. Okay? Wedding ceremonies, rituals. The happy birthday to rituals. The candles. So all these things, when those days come, there are certain things that are done. Baby showers, anniversaries, housewarmings, all these things we got to do without. Because these things
Ways of the heathen.
That's right.
are idolatrous days. Our forefathers never did that.
And thou should not go in unto that good land, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for inheritance. But I must die in this land.
Yo, Moses was a very selfless man.
That's right.
He thought about the people, about God's name, and the people before himself. Yeah. He told God, take me out.
That's right.
God said, no, I'm not going to do that to you. The soul that sinned, it shall die. I'm not going to make you pay for what you did. I'm not going to kill you for what you did. You committed the abomination. Why am I going to come in? And you can't pay for this guy's sin. That's what Moses said. That's Moses said, take me out in place, in substitute of what you're about to do to them. Do it to me so that they can still get in. He said, nah, we ain't doing it like that. Okay, so that story, we know what story. That story about some guy dying for the whole world sins.
The canvas on.
Let me ask you a question. Is Adam and Eve sin covered?
Nope.
Huh? How about the people when he died? Was that just for the people in that generation? Or extra for the future? No, don't go like that. You die for your own sin. God would not be just and perfect if he destroyed you for this guy's sin. He's going to be just.
Don't even make sense.
It don't make no sense.
Don't even make
The
sense.
soul that commits the sin,
It shall die.
you commit the sin, and iniquity come into you
Yeah.
and pass down to your
stole it.
children.
That's right.
Okay? Township.
For I must not go over this Jordan, for you shall go over and possess that good
I
land.
can't even go over. I messed up one. He messed up one time. Moses messed up one time, right? But the position he was in with God, okay, you only get one time.
Gotta be perfect.
You gotta be perfect. He said you gotta be perfect with God. As you elevate, there's no more room for mistakes. There's no room for error. There's no room for that. There's no excuse for it. Okay? Township.
Take heed unto yourselves, lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord your God, which
If
he
you
made with you.
don't watch yourself, you will forget. And you know when it's going to come to you? After you violate it. You say, oh,
That's right.
Ain't that how it work? I know I ain't the only one that's been done. It's been done to.
That's right.
Because we know how we are in our sin, right? God got us pegged. He knows how our stuff operates.
That's right.
So that's why he's telling us certain things not to do and to do. Take heed unto yourselves. Always be on point with what I do, what I eat. Examine what you're going to eat first. That's if you go by the diet. That's if you go by the diet. That's why we do have a diet. There is a diet in here. There are certain things we cannot eat. There are certain things we can eat.
Right.
This is about restrictions, limitations, prohibitions, and exceptions.
That's right.
Okay? The law does not contradict itself.
That's right.
It may seem so to you,
That's right.
but when you read it, you will see, oh, God made an exception for this guy. If this and this happened, he's allowed to go here. He's allowed to do this. Or she's allowed. He made an exception. If this is the situation, well, then he can eat of it. See, this is why I can give an animal that died of itself to a stranger or sell it to an alien.
That's
But
right.
me personally, God gave me the option, right?
That's right.
Either way, I don't sin. But I want to show God my heart is better than that. So I don't feel right giving the stranger. Even though God said I can do it. God said I can do it.
That's right.
God said I am allowed to do
That's
it.
right. Ain't no
But I
wrong.
choose not to. I just don't feel right giving somebody something to eat that I don't eat
That's right.
or I wouldn't eat. I was like, just give it. No, nah. I'm just get rid of it, man. God said, you don't charge your brother interest, which is usury. You borrow something, and now I charge interest. I add on more to what you came and borrowed from.
That's right.
Right? He said you can do it to an alien. In business, I still choose not to do that to the alien.
Uh-huh.
I want God to see me through these things. Even though he gave me the option, I don't want to do it. I don't feel right doing it. And that's good.
Like Abraham.
Abraham was like that.
He
See,
is-
God give you read the law, certain laws, there are options. So don't think it's a contradiction. That's up to you now. God want to see where you at.
That's right.
This law does not contradict itself. You
That's
just
right.
don't understand yet.
That's right.
Tell she.
And make you a graven image or the likeness of anything. Anything the Lord thy God had forbidden.
God forbid these things, and then you go and make them.
For the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God.
You know what that means? All right. Women get jealous of each other. They do spiteful things, or they might even fight. Right? Men that are jealous, liable to kill somebody. Our jealousy is very violent. Somebody could die behind it.
Woman too.
Right? It's in there now. But ours is our heat, our jealousy, it cannot be quelled. You can't give the man a gift. Okay? Jealous over his woman. He don't want to hear nothing. So imagine God. His jealousy is worse than everybody. Okay? When God gets jealous, somebody's gonna get done. Because that means, hey man, I'm not tolerating this betrayal. This betrayal, that's what's making me jealous. Because you go off on another. You serve another. You inquired of another. You went to another. You ran off to another. So yeah, I'm gonna get jealous.
Following another.
Women get jealous. Kids get jealous. I see two little kids. They pick one up. They gonna get mad because you ain't picking me up. That's babies. Jealousy is an emotion. So when you get God jealous from your actions, his wrath is kindled. That's why it says, the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. Okay? He does not tolerate betrayal or treachery. All right? When you make him jealous, he's going to destroy you and what you went to make him jealous with.
That's right.
Don't you?
When thou shalt beget children and children's children, and ye shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves.
Wait. He sounded like he knew this was going to happen. This is Moses talking. He said, when you get in the land and you start with your generations, your children start having children, and you shall have remained long in the land. You in the land for hundreds of years now. He said, guess what? You shall corrupt yourselves. He said, when you go in the land, after a while, you're going to corrupt yourself. How?
And make a graven image.
You see that?
Or the likeness of anything,
And
and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God, to provoke him to anger.
He said, when you go and you do this,
I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day,
to witness.
that you shall soon utterly perish from all the land whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it.
I'm going to ask a question. Did not the children of Israel perish off the land? Did they perish or not? Yes or no?
Okay.
They got kicked out, right?
Okay.
They failed. And we continue rebellion. You can't look at these people and shake your head at none of them. They are the example. God spoke to these people personally. He dealt with them. He was in their dreams. Okay? These people are the examples of what we should follow and not follow, and how we should react to certain situations. Okay? They're not here for us to point the finger and criticize. If it says this guy transgressed, okay, he transgressed. But what he did after that? Look at what the righteous did after they transgressed, after they sinned. The first thing they did was acknowledge.
Right.
Okay? That's what we don't do. We need to stop looking at these people and learn from them. They are the examples. The women are the examples. Rebecca, Sarah, okay? They are the examples of how to be and how to think. Not for us to look at their faults and down them for that. Because even when they were in their faults, God still had them. They still, all right, Saul's still coming back. Saul messed up,
Of course.
with God,
King
right?
Ahab is coming.
Okay? But what Samuel said? Samuel said, thou and your sons are going to be with me and a lot of the righteous.
King Ahab is coming.
Okay?
King Ahab is coming.
So watch it. It says, see, King, talk about King Ahab. King Ahab showed us how we humble ourselves before God. If you read about King Ahab, when he got told that what he did was a violation, he humbled himself. How? He fasted, prayed, made supplications, and he kept to himself. When they say he went quietly, that means he kept to himself. He didn't handle business. He didn't get upset. You didn't hear him that day. All right? And he laid in sackcloth. He had a robe of sackcloth, and he covered himself in sackcloth. He did not make himself comfortable. That's how you humble yourself before God. God, look, he said, man, he told Elijah, he says, look how this guy humbled himself. Check this guy out. See how he humbled himself? He good.
Stop the angel from killing him.
He didn't grab Elijah and want to kill him. He didn't get mad at Elijah for rebuking him. That's what we do. Our forefathers chased the prophets of God and killed them to the point where one man had to take them and hide them by 50 in the cave?
Yeah.
Obadiah. He had to hide the prophets. What did how we downgraded?
That's right.
What did we become in Israel, in that land? We did not become the children of God. We did not become his people no more. We became his enemy, man. And we did worse than the heathen.
That's right.
You don't get this right, you are worse than the heathen. Sound sheet.
Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed.
They didn't stay in the land for 1,000 years. I remember me and Mahaba, we did the calculations. They didn't stay in the land for not even 1,000 years. That's short. We didn't even have a 1,000-year run in our own land. Okay? Sound sheet.
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and you shall be left few in number. Among the heathens, whither the Lord shall lead you.
Until this day. It's not a lot of you. Oh, all of Israel, that's a little bit compared to the people.
That's
We're
right.
always outnumbered.
That's right. It's very
Okay.
much. Always.
He's saying, ye shall be left few in number. After I kick you out and scatter you, ain't gonna be a bunch of you.
We don't have a seat.
Okay?
We don't have a seat.
We don't have a seat in the UN. We're not recognized.
Muslims do.
Everybody.
Okay?
Muslims, Christians.
God has taken us as a nation, a godly nation at once before him, but we corrupted ourselves. So he made us the borrower and not the lender. He made us the tail and not the head.
That's right.
Like it said in Deuteronomy 28.
Mm-hmm.
All the way to the bottom. To the point where he said, you know what? Grab these people up and make slaves out of them. Grab them all up. The Hamites, the Israelites, the Hittites, all of them. Grab all of them up. All of the people of the first world, because they are wicked and they have done each other dirty. We put each other in slavery first. God said, yo, man, you're supposed to be letting your brother go at the end of 7 years. He has the option to stay or leave. We take that option that God gave this man. I take it and keep you here with me by force.
That's right.
We were the same color, same people, same tribe. That's why God took us. All right, you know what? You're in the height of your pride. And now from reading, I notice when you got a lot of pride in you, God puts you in a situation to break it. Think about it.
That's a fact, yo.
It said pride cometh before fall. Before your fall, your ultimate fall, you're going to be at the height of your pride. What the man said on the movie, King Kong ain't got nothing on me. Then he got killed. His pride was high. He said, King Kong can't beat me. Right? But then guess what? He got killed. Man killed him. Yeah.
Swiss cheese.
As soon as you can, it's always darkest before dawn. Okay? So we got to cut our pride, man. Where I'm at?
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 28.
Roll on.
And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands,
Okay.
wood and stone.
Okay. You see what that say? I'm going to scatter you to all the ends of the earth. You're going to be few left in number. You know what that means? You're not going to run nothing where you at. Wherever I scatter you, you're going to be under the people where I scatter you to. And while you're there, you are going to serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. So we have generations. Most of the Israelites we have today come from that life. Am I correct?
That's right.
Then there was a time in this country nobody knew about being an Israelite. Y'all know that, right? In time, God started waking certain people up to give a certain generation a chance. So you can never say, I didn't know how I didn't get that. You got your opportunity and you blew it. He said, until then, you guys gonna serve God's the work of men's hands, wood and stone. So not everybody in the family is gonna wake up. You get one person out this family of Christians. Now you get this out of Muslim, different walks of life. Oh, this guy, he's just a street dude. He don't believe in nothing. He gonna wind up saying there is a God. I think it's him right here. God does that. Our job is to teach them and be the example.
That's right.
Okay? When you don't do that, you discourage the person.
That's right.
All right? Now, that's their own personal test too. Because nobody's treatment can make me stop serving God.
Say it again, brother.
Nobody's treatment. I don't care how you look at me. I don't care what you think about me. I don't care if you like me, if you hate me. I don't care. It's not going to make me stop serving God.
That's right.
I'm not here to impress you. I'm here to impress God. But not everybody think that way.
Okay.
Not everybody's mindset is the same. So you cannot expect everybody to come up with the right decision to do. Don't let that get you bent out of shape. Time short.
Whether which neither see nor hear, nor eat nor smell. But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God.
Now, certain people somehow going to find out about this God, about the true and living God. And from wherever God scattered you at, America, Europe, Africa, the West Indian Islands, down south, California, Hawaii, Alaska, wherever. But we've been scattered to all these places. Central America, South America. He said, but from those places, if you start seeking God from then, you're going to find them. He's going to reveal himself to you. Now you have the obligation now. Now there is no excuse now.
Now I'm obligated.
Because you was looking, and you're right, you found what you're looking at. Oh, yeah, all right. So now that you found me, you know you're old, right?
That's right.
You know, this what you've been doing, all that was wrong. That what you believed in, wrong. This here, you start to find out and reform your life. Okay? He said, but if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him.
If thou seek him with all thine heart,
If you seek him, you know what that
and with
means?
all thy soul.
You know what that means? You know what that means?
Okay.
I'm going to do what I find it.
Okay. Okay.
So when you seek God, you're going to run right into what he wants you to do.
Okay.
Okay? The orders, the laws. So now, my heart has to, if I was seeking like this to do it, then I ain't got no problem when I run into it.
That's
So,
right.
oh, sure, I got to stop.
That's
Oh,
right.
sure, I got to start.
That's right.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. Don't linger. Do what Abraham did.
That's right.
Circumcision, okay. Hey, come. Immediately. Because if you don't do it immediately, you never will do it.
No linger.
Don't linger. Don't hesitate when it comes to these laws.
That's right.
Time sheet.
When thou art in tribulations,
When you are in trouble,
and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days,
you know, it gets heavy.
if thou turn to the Lord thy
Action.
God,
You turn around, this happened, that happened, a lot of action, and none of it is good. He said, when you find yourself like that, he said, even in the latter days, this is the beginning here. God was talking about these days. He said, the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God, that shall be obedient unto his voice. That could also be for your latter days, the rest of your life. Okay? Be obedient to his voice. We don't hear his voice, but we got his words. We don't need to, we're not worthy to hear his voice. Like they were.
Yeah.
But we got the words. So there's still no excuse. Time sheet.
for the Lord thy God is a merciful God.
A merciful God, that's correct.
He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers which he sware unto them. For ask now of
Not like us. I get mad at you. The routine is dead. What I used to do for you every day is done. Just like that. You know, we have a routine every Monday, but now I'm mad at you. You're on your own. And you got to get help from this guy. And that guy got to stop. Is that right?
No good.
That's not good. Time sheet.
for ask now of the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth, and ask from the one side of heaven unto the other, whether there had been any such thing as this great thing is, or have been heard like it.
Nothing like this ever happened to nobody. God showed up with Israel only. That what happened at the foot of Mount Sinai never happened again. That was a one-shot deal.
Talk about it.
All right? No other nation experienced that or got introduced to God. Time sheet.
Did ever a people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as thou hast heard and lived?
He said, you guys heard God's voice and you're still alive. That don't move you. That's what Moses is saying.
Man.
He's saying things like we're supposed to hear certain things that are supposed to move you. Something got to crack that stubborn spirit. It's supposed to move us, man. Did anybody ever hear God's voice? No, you did. And you just, like it's nothing, moving negligent. He said, I have God essayed to go. Did God decide? He said, no, I ain't going to mess with you. I'm not going to keep my promise. Or go to another nation. Did God do that? No. He said, did he essay to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation? Did he do this up with anybody else? No. Did he go to a nation and look and say, oh, they got another nation in there, and which is the bottom of the totem pole, and take them out?
Special.
By temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war.
Special.
Those plagues that God put down on Egypt, that's God going to war with the so-called gods of the Egyptians.
So that was God.
That's war for God. That's right. Oh, you calling God? I'm God. Show yourself. And God systematically created those plagues in defiance of every one of Egypt's chief gods.
Talk about it.
The frogs, the plague of frogs. The frog in Egypt is a fertility god. Okay?
Worship the
They got a big statue of the frog in the king's court in Egypt. And when anybody comes in, that thing is right by the door. You know what they do? They rub it for good fortune. Fortune is also an idol. This is where the word luck comes from. There's no such thing as good or bad luck. There's no such thing as good or bad fortune. Those words come from the name of an idol. Okay? Okay? And I remember the Apollo, Showtime at the Apollo. It was a tree trunk. Everybody used to come and rub that trunk. That's from old. A lot of what people do today is of old customs of idolatry. When people sneeze, you say, bless you. That is from a German idol, Ashkenazi. Before they were called Germans, they were called Ashkenazi. Okay? It's in Genesis. The Ashkenazi people, that's where the Germans and the Russians come out of. Those Russians and Germans, ancient people, had a god called Gesundheit.
Yeah.
And every time you sneeze, that's what people say. See, we don't deal with these customs. These are not our customs. Okay? Jacob had his sinew pulled by the angel, and he walked with a limp ever since then. And it said, and this, the children of Israel kept as a custom that they ate no sinew of any animal we allowed to eat. We didn't eat the leg because of that. We don't. Yeah, those are one of our traditions. Nobody follow that.
That's right, brother.
Nobody follow that.
That's right, brother.
And that was a custom in Israel. Another custom in Israel, the woman at a certain time go up in the mountains and bewail for a month because of the daughter, all right, that got sacrificed from her father because he vowed a vow to God, and he had to keep the vow. He said, the first person that come out my house, the first thing that come out my house, I will sacrifice, not realizing it could have been his daughter. And when his daughter came out, he said, alas, daughter, he said, you brought me very low. He said, I made a promise to God, and you the promise. I got to sacrifice you. And he was down. He didn't want to do it. And his daughter, that's a daughter of Zion.
That's right.
She said, Ali, keep your word to God.
Don't go back to that word.
Just give me a little bit of time to go up in the mountains with my friends. And
And
her friends, she didn't have male friends.
That's right.
It is not a custom for my wife to have male friends.
Oh, no. That's right. Talk about it.
Oh, no. Yeah, shoot that down, too.
That's right. Talk about it, Nick.
Okay?
Yeah.
My woman ain't having no male friends.
Yeah.
If you, no. I ain't enough for you if you got male friends.
Stop putting too much money.
That means you can't talk to me about certain things. Yeah. Now, we're not doing that. All these is customs of the heathen. Boyfriend and girlfriend, custom of the heathen. There's a lot of things we do that's custom of the heathen. We're not doing our customs that we read in the book. We disregard them. Yeah, they did that, and that's it. Tongue sheet.
And by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes.
So if God didn't come get these people out of Egypt, they were going to get killed in Egypt. They were going to die off in Egypt. Okay? They would have never had a chance to learn how to get sin off them. You have a chance to learn how to get sin off you, but you're putting more on. Are you destined to be destroyed by God also? Ask yourself that question. Tongue sheet.
Unto thee it was showed that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God.
He said, unto thee, unto you, this was shown. Right now, God is talking, this verse is talking to everybody individually. Unto you, God was shown. Because you're here. Okay? That thou mightest know. Now that you're here, you can find out that the Lord, he is a God and there is none else beside him by performing his commandments. Tongue sheet.
There is none else besides him. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might instruct thee. And upon earth he showed thee his great fire.
Great fire, yeah.
And thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire.
Yeah.
And because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chose
He
their
loved
seed.
Abraham and he loved Isaac and he loved Jacob. He loved those three men. He loved Abraham, man. He said, wow, this guy, amazing. This guy, 75 years old. That's why I don't want to hear nothing about you setting your ways. I don't care how old you are, you can change them. You are in control of your spirit, your soul, your destiny.
That's right.
God already told you, but you keep answering sin and lie at the door. That's what we call weekend.
That's right.
I don't want to hear that, Lord. He's setting his way. You can stop. Manasseh went in. He went into the depths of everything that is wicked before God, more than Ahab did. It said he surpassed Ahab. That's what it say in the book. We say he made Ahab, the things Ahab was doing was child's play what this guy was doing, and even he turned around, dedicated his heart. He said, you know what? That's it. I've sinned. Look. My sins are like the sands on the seashore, he said. Like the stars up there that I can't even count all of them. I can't even sit here and tell you all of them.
That's where we at.
He said, that's where we at.
Yes,
Thank you.
That's where we at.
Okay? You ain't gonna even be able to remember all your sins. Some of them you ain't even know that was a sin. See how messed up we are? At least that man was able to say, yo, man, I have set up offenses. He said he set up altars. He said he worshiped the sun, moon, and stars, and all the hosts of heaven. He put up altars for each and everything he saw up there. He also did Israelites injustice. He committed murder. But when God punished him, put him in that dungeon, he said, oh, not everybody becomes aware of their faults when they get punished. This guy sat there and said, oh, wow. And he made a prayer called the prayer of Manasseh that's in the Apocrypha. Okay? And he asked God not to condemn. He said, please do not condemn me to the lower parts of the earth. The lower parts is not 6 feet deep.
Condemned, man.
That means I never leave from that spot. And whatever goes on in that spot is not good, because he said, please don't condemn me to that spot. And when you get to that spot, you're not alive. You have to die already. That's what he was talking about. The only time you go into the lower parts of the earth is when your spirit is going down there. But you don't hear me, though. You don't have to believe this. David said, thou shalt quicken me. Look up the word quicken. Quicken means to restore back to life.
And he said, to the pit be dig for the
Until the pit be dig for the wicked. So there is a pit, and wicked people do exist. So where's the pit at? Can we find the pit here? So it's not of this world. It's not of the physical world. You have the physical world, you have the spiritual world. We change planes. Our spirit goes into the spiritual plane once we die. And a lot of things that our forefathers talk about is in the spiritual plane. Okay? This is a trial. This is a test. Your life has been given to you by God on borrowed time. So you will have a chance to do these commandments, to overcome the great transgression that Adam and Eve has set off. That's what this is about. But we get caught up in the ways of the world. God said, woe to the world and them that dwell therein. So we cannot follow everything we see. We can only stick to what we read in the commandments. Tell you.
And brought thee out in his sight with his mighty hand out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in.
Okay, go to the book of Apocrypha, the Apocrypha, 2nd Maccabees, 3rd chapter. No, 2nd chapter. 2nd Maccabees, 2nd chapter. He said, because he loved our fathers, I'm still reading from Deuteronomy. He said, therefore he chose their seed after him. That's why Israel was chosen. Israel was not chosen because they was right before God. Israel was not chosen because they were mighty and they were strong or they were the prettiest. They were chosen because their father dedicated their lives to serving God. So he said, guess what? Because you have been so loyal to me, I'm going to hold your children down. And that's a godly trait also. You know what I'm saying? You have a friend, you have someone that done good to you, their children are always in good light in your eyes because of what the father or the mother did. That's how God dealt with us. Tell you.
2nd Maccabees chapter 2. It is also found in the records that Jeremiah the prophet
It is also found in the records. Okay? It's in the records. This is what happened in the time of the Babylonian captivity, when we were being taken and marched into Babylon to do 70 years. That's right. Okay? This is right before we were let out to go to Babylon. This is what went down. Tell you.
That were carried away to take of the fire as it had been signified.
Now the fire is the coal of fire from the burnt offering altar. We had an altar, burnt offering altar. That's a continual fire. The fire never went out. From the time we got into the land, okay? From the time we got in the land, that fire, the burnt offering altar, the first fire got lit. It never went out. The priest's job is to keep the hearts burning. Once it stops burning, it's complete. You take that off and you put another one up there. It's a continual burnt offering before the Lord. Hola. That fire don't go out. Right? But now, we ain't got no more priests. The holy place has been desecrated. There's no more offerings. Jeremiah still got the fire lit. So he said, take of the fire as it's been signified. Verse 2.
And how that the prophet, having given them the law, charged them not to forget the commandments of the Lord.
Before they were sent out. Now, when you read in the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was chained up too with the Israelites. They marched on to Babylon. Okay? And the general stopped everything, looked and said, hey, you Jeremiah. Everybody know who you are. You prophesied about us taking these guys over. Nah, God did that. God made them look at him that way. He said, I don't want you in these. No. You don't deserve. Come out these cups. He said, you can come with us and look good, or you can go back. You go anywhere you want. But Jeremiah said, I'm going to go back. He said, okay, cool. All right? Before Jeremiah went back, he told them these words. He said, he charged them not to forget the commandments of God. He said, y'all going in a foreign place. Y'all going somewhere you've never been. You're going to see things that didn't exist here. That by law is not supposed to exist here. You're going to see it in other homes. You're going to see it in other places, right? Don't forget the commandments of the Lord and that they should not err in their minds. And don't think anything different in your mind. When you see certain things, you're going to see certain things that look pretty and it's going to be shiny. Don't admire it.
It's enticing.
Don't say it's pretty. Look, once you identify, oh, this is an idol. Let me get out of this. It's ugly. You don't even look at it no more.
Not in my
Yeah, because we like jewelry. I love diamonds. I love diamonds. Right? So it's going to catch my eye. When I see it on the eye, diamonds don't mean nothing. Because you're going to see them.
On a cross.
You can't help but see it. You know why? Because you put yourself in a position where you can't serve God now.
The jewelry is corrupt.
Okay? So now you're going to see these things. Or you're going to see images of silver and gold with their ornaments. And they're decked out. You're going to see Christmas trees, all these things, lights, all this stuff. He said, and with other speeches exhorted he them. He encouraged them with strong words that the law should not depart from their hearts. Jeremiah the prophet, that was his last words to the children of Israel before they went. Pep talk. They're being carried away, man. So a lot of them ain't coming back. 70 years, most of them going to die there. New generation coming back. He said it was also contained in the same writing, verse 4.
It was also contained in the same writing that the prophets, being warned of God, commanded the tabernacle.
God warned Jeremiah. There are certain things that people ain't taking in with them. I don't want Israel to have it. I don't want the Greeks to have it. I don't want nobody to have it. Not even the Pope and them in Vatican City gonna get these three things. It's three things. And this is another reason why you can't be an officiating priest today. Tom sheet.
Command the tabernacle.
The tabernacle. That's the tent of meeting. It was never destroyed. Even when we got the temple, the tabernacle was stabbed.
Check that out.
Okay? That was not destroyed because that's a holy tent. So that's one. He told Jeremiah to take the tabernacle. And what else?
Commanded the tabernacle and the ark to go with
the
him.
Ark of the Covenant. All these people talking about they got the Ark. The Ethiopians got the Ark. These people got the Ark. Those are replicas.
That ain't what God said.
Okay? There's only one Ark. And that Ark, man does not own. It's too holy. These are most holy artifacts of God. God comes and sit on that. That's his personal thing here. These are holy vessels of God. Certain things I'm not letting nobody touch it. If Israel wasn't holy enough to touch it, the world not holy enough to touch it. So these things got to get put away. Right? So the tabernacle, the ark, and what else?
As he went forth.
Is the third one going to come up?
As he went forth into the mountain, where Moses climbed up and saw the heritage of God.
Mount Nebo. In the Old Testament, God told Moses, get to the top of Mount Nebo. You're going to see the whole land and go in one of them caves, give up the ghost, and die.
You gotta die.
And that's the same mount.
That's right.
Same mountain, the same exact mountain. Okay? That Jeremiah is going there. God directed him to go there. Okay? Tom sheep.
And when Jeremiah came thither, he found a hollow cave, wherein he laid the tabernacle and the ark.
And what else?
And the altar of incense.
This is why you can't.
And so stopped the door.
Nobody's burning incense today. No incense gets burnt today. God don't want to smell no sweet savior today from nobody. What are you sacrificing? He said, yo, do not bring it to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. The tabernacle of the congregation is hidden in the mountain. So where are you taking your sacrifices? He said, if you do these things, you sacrifice to demons. That's who you're sacrificing to.
They know it.
These things got hidden. All right?
Yeah.
You need this to appreciate to God. You need the ark and you need the altar of incense.
You need the utensils.
Okay? Hey, you got the utensils are there, but you need this. That's right. You need this. This is what you use the utensils on.
Yeah,
you need this. The ark sit in the holy of holies. That's the only thing in that little room is the ark. Nothing else is in that room. Okay? Not letting nobody Raiders of the Lost Ark. Fake.
Mr. Jones.
God told Jeremiah to hit him. No man know where he at. Until further notice. That's what's going on now. God had these things hidden because the people are no more. God spread it out, and now the people are living like the people of the land. Go to 2 Maccabees. Seven.
2 Maccabees chapter 7.
20 more minutes. I need you to read real fast. I'm gonna try to get this in peace. Let's go.
It came to 2 Maccabees chapter 7.
Uh-huh.
It came to pass also that 7 brethren with their mother were taken and compelled by the king against the law to take swine's flesh, and were tormented with scourges and whips.
When the Greeks came and they took over, they didn't have no mercy. They hated God so much, they ain't just take us and put us to sleep. They said, hey, man, we want you to eat this, that God, what God said for you that you can't eat, we want you to eat it. And you will live, and we'll give you gifts and let you live. That's what was going on. That's how the Greeks came at us. Caused us. They knew and found out what our weakness was, which is sin and iniquity. Our weakness is violation against God. That's my weakness. That's your weakness. Okay? And they found out. So they said, yo, compel them to no. They ain't even got to bow down to another idol. Just make them eat the wrong thing. Keep messing with your diet. Keep messing with your diet. These people died before they put anything unclean in their mouth. These people died before they ate blood, fat, or any unclean animal, or any animal that died of itself. They died for this. That's right. And I easily go get oxtails. And I easily go down the block to the Chinese restaurant and get half a chicken and fried rice. Turkey bacon. Salami bacon. Cold cuts. All types of sausages. Wings, hot dogs. They call them glizzies. Thought a glizzy was a Glock. So this is a very perverted generation. It's a very perverted generation, man. Think about it. They died just not to eat something God said no good. They didn't bow to no idol. They didn't do no ritual. Think about it.
Daniel and the 3 children was getting scared.
Okay? Think about
Kings,
it.
Kings.
Tom shit.
But one of them that spake first said thus.
So it's 7 sons and a mother. They grabbed them up. That sticks out. You got a woman that got seven men, seven sons. Get them first. We get them to do it. Everybody else will follow. But she got 7 sons. That's a strong house. Tom shit.
But one of them that spake first said thus. What wouldest thou ask or learn of us?
He said, well, what y'all want from us? What do you want from me? I'm ready to die. What you asking me? I'm not doing that. So what you got me here for? You wasting your time. That's what that term means. Why wouldst thou ask or learn of us? Like, what do you got me here for? Tom sheep.
We are ready to die rather than to transgress the laws of our
You
fathers.
see that? They, look, not one law. They would rather die. Okay? They say that's the voice of the Lord. They say that's his voice. Okay? But when he talked to Samuel, he didn't sound like that.
That's right. That's right.
All right?
That's right.
People think when God's speaking, no. If he gives us full force of his voice, we will die. Sonic energy. Y'all know about that?
Okay.
Sound can vibrate to turn so powerful it can liquefy your bones. God got the most powerful voice, period.
Still quiet voice. Samuel, he thought it was Eli.
Then the king, being in a rage, commanded pans and cauldrons to be made hot.
Oh, so the king is mad. Oh, what? Oh, you're not going to do it? You would rather die? Okay, you're going to die. Get the cans. Get the cauldron. These are big, giant, big pans. Okay? Tom sheep.
Which forthwith, being heated, he commanded to cut out the tongue of him that spake first.
Dude, since you want to speak first, cut his tongue out. They cut his tongue out. Nah, painful it is. Get your tongue cut out. Why are you alive? You don't know the type of pain. You might go into shock. Tom sheep.
And to cut off the uttermost part of his body,
You know what they did? They castrated the uttermost part of your body. Uttermost part that's hidden, parts of limbs of your body that's covered. Castrated. First took his tongue out and took the private off. Tongue sheet.
The rest of his brethren and his mother looking on.
Yo, strength. Brothers is like this. Look. Strength and courage. Look. Mother there. Look. Instead of crying, I'm tight.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
I can't cry because of what's going on. Killing my little brother in front of me, in front of my mother. Just gonna be tight. And convict myself to the correction of God. This is the correction of God. This is what it is. So I'm not eating that. And that's how their mindset was, man.
Right.
Did they sin?
Nah.
They died before they, man, tell shit.
Now when he was thus maimed in all his member, he commanded him, being yet alive, to be brought to the fire.
He was still alive after all that torture. Then they put him in a fire. They cooked him in a pan. Tell you put a piece of meat in a pan. Big giant pans. They threw his whole body in there. And it was white hot. That's how he died. Tell shit.
And to be fried in the pan. And as the vapor of the
To
pan.
be fried, man. He got fried. Tell shit.
And as the vapor of the pan was for a good space dispersed, they exhorted one
They
another.
had to wait until the smoke clear out. It's a body. That ain't a piece of an animal, like a lamb. They had to wait till that body, the type of gases and everything we give off is different. They had to wait until everything smoke dispersed. And then they got to the other one. Time sheet.
They exhorted one another with the mother to die manfully.
They started talking to each other. Yo, this is it.
Yeah,
This is it.
See what's going on.
Yeah, this is time. It's time to show God whose side I'm on.
Yeah, this is it.
This is the ultimate test for me to die. Me to die because I would not violate God's command is the highest. Because now my life is forfeit. Look. You can't sacrifice nothing more than your life.
Nah. And they see it. They see
Oh, you
it.
gonna kill me? Well, look, man, you gonna have to kill me.
They see it set off.
They see it.
Set
No,
off.
they're serious.
They got
One
set
is
off.
already
One
dead
is
and
dead.
fried.
They like, yo.
They're
They
serious.
like, yo, they're serious.
Get the next one. So they say, look, man, strength and courage.
Strength
Man.
and courage. Yeah.
Dumb shit.
Yeah.
The Lord God looketh upon us, and in truth had comfort in us, as Moses in his song, which
No,
witnessed to their faith.
You may read this and say, hey, man, why did God allow this to happen? You're going to get an answer.
Mm-hmm.
One of these same sons is going to explain why they had no problem getting this correction from God. Okay? Tell you.
Declaring, saying, he shall be comforted in his servants. So when the first was dead after his manner, they brought the second to make him a mocking stock. And when they had pulled off the skin of his head with the hair, they asked him, wilt thou eat before thou be punished throughout every member of thy body?
You skin me, you scalp me, and then say I'm
Don't
gonna
ask
eat.
me if
No,
I'm
you
eating.
might as well finish. By that point, I'm not thinking about food for the rest of my life. It's over.
Are you mad?
It's over. I don't even want clean food. I don't want nothing. You just skinned me. Because you mock. It's a mocking. It said they did this to mock him, to make fun of him. They do that to Samson. Okay, throwing stuff at him. You see, when you go to a show and you do bad, people throw tomatoes and fruits and garbage. That's how they was treating Samson. He was in a stadium. Okay, and the way it was built, he was at the bottom of it. Spit on him, throw stuff at him, ridicule him, call him names. And that's what the heathen do. When they see you represent something that they don't know about, hey, look at him, he dressed weird. They think
It's the people you want to be like.
it becomes a joke and a mocking.
One thing for
God don't like that. Don't you?
But he answered in his own language and said, no. Wherefore he also received the next torment in order, as the former did.
He didn't even speak in the Greek language. He answered in his own language. No, I'm not even accepting your language. I'm about to die. I ain't got to accept none of that.
No.
Tongue sheet.
And when he was at the last gasp, he said,
his last breath, this is what he said.
Thou, like a fury, takest us out of this present life.
Now you coming through like a storm, wiping us out.
But the King of the world shall raise us up.
Who's the king of the world?
The Creator,
The Most High God. The Most High God is the king of the world. The Lord of hosts is his name. He is the creator of everything that we know to be existent. Okay? Okay? And in his death, he praised God. He said, thou, like a fury, take us up out of this present life, but the King of the world shall raise us up, who have died for his laws unto everlasting life. Now you see why they didn't say, hey, why God didn't this happen to us? He said, we're going through like a storm taking us out. He said, but we're going to die. He said, but the King of the world is going to raise us back up. After I die, God will raise me up, who had died for his laws. That's how I died. I died for God's laws. So he's going to raise me up just because I died for his laws. When he raised me up into everlasting life. Y'all don't have to believe this.
It's not over when we die.
Y'all don't have to believe this. But this is true story. This is why they took certain things out of the Old Testament and put it here. Because everything that's in here complements and backs up the Old Testament. Okay? But it's like a teacher's manual. If you just got here, you should leave the Apocrypha alone. Stick to whatever your guide told you to read. Tongue sheet. He said, after him was the third, made of mocking stock. And when he was required, he put out his tongue. You know what he did? Okay. You know what I'm going to do before you even come to me? Now I'm going to mock you. You mock my brother. You mock my brother in front of my mother. Now I'm going to mock you. All right? He said, and that right soon, holding forth his hands manfully, he said courageously. He said, these I had from heaven. You know what he's talking about? His arms, his tongue, parts of his body. He said, God gave me this from heaven. God gave me this body. Yeah. Okay? Let's make this clear. He said, and for his laws, I despise them. You know what he said he despised? His body. He said, for these laws, I hate my own body. I'll go against my own hand for these laws. Okay? Okay? He said, and from him, from God, I hope to receive him again. Yeah. He said, from God, I'm going to get this back. Cut it. God is the one that gave it to me. He can give it to me again. He said, insomuch that the king and they that were with him marveled at the young man's courage. At this point, the king was stuck. He impressed the king. They never seen nobody so willing to die for their cause and their beliefs. They never seen this before. They never seen a child act like this. Look, nobody who they have conquered did that for their idol. So it impressed them. They marveled at the young man's courage. Say, no. That one, no, he's sturdy.
Nigga sturdy.
You see what's happening. No. When the police got you in that interrogation room and they telling you all that, yo, we're going to give you 50 years, we're going to give you 100, we're going to give you this, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and you still hold, they respect that. He said, for that he nothing regarded the pain. He didn't regard the pain. He said, now when this man was dead also, they tormented and mangled the fork in like manner. So when he was ready to die, he said thus, it is good, being put to death by men, to look hope from God to be raised up again. Another brother said, it's good that y'all gonna kill me and God gonna raise me up again. Okay? No, look, he ain't wait. He just put it, he said, man, we ain't gonna wait for this. He said, as for thee, thou shalt have no resurrection in life. You? He said, as for you, king, you don't come back. When you die, you don't come back. That's what he told the king. He said, I'm coming back.
I thought it was over when you died.
He said, I'm coming back because I died for these laws. He said, but you, king, you're not coming
I
back.
thought it was over when you died.
Everybody think it's over. They think we're doing this for nothing. He said, afterward, they brought the fifth also and mangled him. Then he looked unto the king and said, thou hast power over men. He said, you got power over men. He said, thou art corruptible. You still corruptible. No matter how much power and money a man can have, he's still corrupt before God. He said, thou doest what thou wilt. Anarchy. Do what thou wilt. Okay? He said, yet think not that our nation is forsaken of God. He said, don't think that God totally forsook the nation. See?
No, go ahead.
He said, but abide a while. He said, but just wait a little while. He said, and you're going to see his great power. How he will torment thee and thy seed. You hear what he's telling this king? He said, yo, you're not coming back when you die. He said, just wait a little while. In a little while, God will come and he will torture you and your children. After him also they brought the sixth who was being ready to die, saying, be not deceived without cause. Don't think this is happening for nothing. For we suffer, this is it. This is my last. Okay. He said, for we suffer these things for ourselves, having sinned against our God. Okay? Receive correction. These people died for it. I hope you got something of what was brought out of the whole day. I'm talking about forefathers. I bid you shalom aleichem.
Shalom.
Even though we're cutting off the live, you can still submit questions. Okay? We will be answering them during the rest of the day, tomorrow, and during the week. You can always still put questions up anytime. You don't have to wait until we're live. Shalom aleichem.
Sit down.